hot summer Saturday in Cincinnati as Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Sprint takes us back for so many years to one of the great rivalries in all of baseball. The Los Angeles Dodgers in the Queen City to take on the Cincinnati Reds. And a pleasant good afternoon to you. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome as always to Baseball on Fox. For those of you waiting the Giants and the Rockies, we understand they're having a weather delay out in the Bay Area. And when that game gets started, we'll get you there for the very first pitch. A pleasure as always to be joined by the Dodgers all-time home run leader, LA Dodgers all-time home run leader, Eric Karros. And today, you have two of the great young stars in all of baseball going head-to-head, and they are on the top of their game right now.
Well, they really are. I know it's the month of June, but both of these players had exceptional Mays. Clayton Kershaw starting for the Los Angeles Dodgers, a left-hander, 4-0 with a 1.77 ERA in the month of May. And he's going to have to be that good because he goes against Jay Bruce, the National League Player of the Month for the Cincinnati Reds. And forget Player of the Month. In his last couple of games, 15 of them, 9 home runs, 22 RBI.
Yeah, first time ever Bruce had won a Player of the Month award. He leads the National League in virtually every category. But his hands full today with Kershaw. The Reds counter with a very talented youngster of their own in Johnny Cueto. So the Reds and the Dodgers set to tee him up at Great American Ballpark. First pitch is next. .96 degrees today and pretty high humidity. So it'll be a warm one out there here at Great American Ballpark. The Dodgers starting lineup under manager Don Mattingly. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Jamie Carroll for the again injured Rafael for a call at short. Aaron Miles at second with Andre Ethier in right. Matt Kemp in center. Casey Blake down at third and James Loney at first. Jerry Sands will start playing every day out in left field, says his manager. Deoner Navarro behind the plate for Clayton Kershaw. And Taco Bell, our lineup presented by Think Outside the Bun. Our opening pitch today is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. So here we go. We talk so much about Clayton Kershaw. The Reds believe they have a star in the making in their 25-year-old right-hander, Johnny Cueto.
He's really thrown well for them this year. He's a sinker ball pitcher, gets a lot of ground balls when he's going well, works ahead of the hitters. For Cueto to be successful, he's got to shut down the top. He's had success against Carroll and Miles. They're combined 0 for 10 against. You keep them off of the bases. You stay away from Ethier and Kemp. Then he's facing the A's. He faced Jurgens. The last start, he gets Kershaw today. Not a lot of luck.
Those are the two hottest pitchers in the entire National League in back-to-back outings. Jurgens just edging Clayton Kershaw for the National League's Pitcher of the Month. 2-0 pitch down low to Jamie Carroll, and just like that, Cueto's fallen behind, 3 balls and no strikes. Rafael for a call, of course, just recently came back and was starting to swing the bat better after coming all the way back from the broken thumb. But he injured an oblique muscle here in the game last night, making a throw from second to third, and he's right back on the disabled list, and that has been something used far too frequently by this Dodger team already this year.
Well, it really has. I mean, 10 guys, I believe, right now on the disabled list. And for Call, he's a guy you can't replace. And Jamie Carroll does a nice job out there, but he is not as athletic as for Call.
On the ground and by a diving Paul Janisch into center field. So Carroll a base hit to begin the first inning. Let's take a look at the Reds on defense, presented by Scott, and it's one of the more athletic defenses in the entire league, especially Stubbs in center and Bruce in right. An outstanding infield, Gold Glove winners last year at short or at second and third, and Ramon Hernandez hanging his signs for Johnny Cueto. Now, with all these injuries and all of these changes, they have Carroll playing at short. They have Aaron Miles filling in for the injured Juan Uribe, who they have to have back on Monday. Do you maybe expect a different style of play here by Don Mattingly?
Well, you'd like to have a different style, but there's not much you can do. I mean, where you're going to hit and run once in a while. It's not as if these guys are speed guys and they're going to run a lot. You know, that's the thing. Don Mattingly right now is sort of hamstrung. I mean, there's only so much he can do with the guys that he has.
Of course, Don Mattingly grew up in Evansville, Indiana, and this ballpark is the closest ballpark to his hometown among all major league teams. Grew up in Evansville. His kids grew up in Evansville. They still make their home in Evansville. I asked him about how many tickets he's leaving today. He said, I'm knocking on the door of 30.
You know what I never understood? It's not like these people didn't know that the Dodgers are coming to town. Go out and buy some tickets. Go out and purchase a few.
0-2 pitch swung on and missed. So good morning, good afternoon, and good night in a 3-pitch at bat for Aaron Miles.
As I mentioned at the top of the show, Cueto's had success against Carroll and Miles. Carroll gets on, but Miles, the low off-speed pitch, he's now 0 for 5 against Johnny Cueto in his career.
Well, here comes Andre Ethier. As most of you know, he began the year with that 30-game hitting streak, and up until the middle of May, he was batting up over 360. And then for a couple of weeks, including a 3-game series benching in Houston just to find his swing again. The last 7 games, he's starting to heat up again.
Well, he is starting to hit, but the Dodgers would like to see more production in that power department. I mean, the home runs, they're at 5 on 26 RBI. And the bottom line is there's not a lot of other alternatives in that lineup, and for whatever it's worth, it's Kemp and Ethier as far as producing runs. And while the 330 average is nice, I think they trade it for a few more extra base hits and some RBI.
Johnny Cueto just turned 25 years young, already pitching in his 4th major league season. He's gotten better and better every year. The ERA down, down, down in successive years. A 12-game winner last year. And they believe this will be his breakthrough season. He started the year on the disabled list. Didn't come back until the first week of May. He's not allowed any more than 3 runs in a start since his return. 1-2 to Ethier. Jamie Carroll, the runner at first, 1 out, 1-2 pitch on Ethier as a roller down to Votto, and he'll fire to second. They get the out there to cut down the lead runner. 2 out.
That's a real nice play by the first baseman, Joey Votto. You see, he's already made up his mind. He's going to come in, he spins. He doesn't look to see where the runner is. He knows where the runner is. He's going to get that ball, turn, fire, and throw. Makes a nice play getting the lead runner. You know, this is a guy we talk about offense, 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 but he can play some D over there as well.
Well, 1 on, 2 out, and here comes Matt Kemp. 311 batter, 13 home runs, 40 runs batted in. He ranks among the league leaders in nearly every offensive category, including his 14 stolen bases. And boy, you talk about an Iron Man. Kemp has been every part of that over the last couple of years for these Dodgers. Playing in his 263rd consecutive game. Cincinnati won the opener of this series here last night 2-1. Dodgers jumped in front 1-0 in the 4th. Scott Rowland had a 2-run single in the 5th, and that was it. Don Mattingly was telling us before the game today, you look at Kemp's 13 home runs, of course, you know, 3 of the ballparks he plays in regularly out in that National League West are so big, especially San Diego and San Francisco. Mattingly is convinced as they have picked the runner off at first. So Ethier caught napping over there. Very short lead, and Cueto got him. As a Dodger back in the 70s and the 80s. The skipper of the Reds led them to a divisional championship a year ago, and his starting lineup brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Drew Stubbs in center. Brandon Phillips back in the lineup at second. The reigning MVP Joey Votto at first. Scott Rowland in the cleanup spot. Jay Bruce in right. Johnny Gomes in left. With the latter third of Ramon Hernandez, Paul Giannis, and Johnny Cueto against a 23-year-old southpaw, Clayton Kershaw. What a year he is having, including a 4-0 month of May.
And you talk about one of the top pitchers in the game, one of the top left-handers in the game. I mean, I'd argue just David Price of the American League is the only one that I'd put in the same class. And yes, I know about Cliff Lee. He's got to watch out for Brandon Phillips. Brandon Phillips has some success. He's 6 for 10 against Clayton Kershaw. And for me, I've got to have Clayton Kershaw be efficient today. It's hot out here. He's coming off a complete game in his last start, so you don't know how that's going to affect him. The one thing he does have going, he's pitching on 5 days rest.
Kershaw 1-1 in his career in 3 starts against Cincinnati with an ERA right at 2.5. And Drew Stubbs, very talented former #1 pick out of Texas, will lead things off. He looks at ball 1 high. Talk about how hot it is. In fact, on this date in the history of this city of Cincinnati, on June the 4th, the temperature today, the hottest it has been on this date since 1925. That has popped up to miles. Now they're expecting the temperature to get to 96. Hasn't gotten there quite yet, but it is warm. First time they really had this kind of weather here in this part of the country, the entire late spring, early summer. Of course, there was a time when they were playing on AstroTurf. You played at the old ballpark, Eric Karros, that'd be saying about 120.
Yeah, that would not be fun. Guys would be just dying to get back into the dugout to cool their feet instead of standing out there on that turf.
So far, Brandon Phillips is the leading vote getter among all National League second basemen for the All-Star team. And certainly has played like an all-star at the plate and in the field. And those are the numbers Eric gave you a moment ago against Kershaw. On a play. It is very interesting that really the 2 best hitters in this Cincinnati lineup, Joey Votto and Jay Bruce, both left-handed batters. And generally that's a recipe for a lot of left-handers that are going to struggle when a left-handed starter is on the mound. But they have been the 2 best left-handed hitters against left-handed pitching, going all the way back to the start of 2010. And it's a big reason why this year the Reds do not have an equal when it comes to the numbers they have put up when a left-hander is on the mound.
Yeah, the one thing about Clayton Kershaw, though, he's not your typical left-hander. And I say your typical left-hander, those are the guys that are going to try and trick you, throw a lot of off-speed, throw the breaking ball. Clayton Kershaw is a power guy, a power off-speed pitch. One thing Jay Bruce mentioned, though, to me before the game, he said, Clayton Kershaw will challenge you. You will get a fastball to hit. You just can't miss it. Where these other lefties, they're going to nibble.
Bottom fell out of that pitch, and Phillips taken care of. 2 up, 2 down for Kershaw. The Dodgers on defense, presented by Scott. The youngsters Sands in left, Kemp in center, Ethier in right, Carroll for Hall at short, and Miles for Uribe at second, and Deona Navarro behind the plate. Well, for those of you waiting the start of the Giants and the Rockies, we're sending you there to join Kenny Albert and Mark Grace for the Giants and the Rocks. For the West of you, great to have you with us. Here's Votto with 2 outs and none on, and there's strike 1. Votto, of course, the 2010 National League's most valuable player. Really, it came down to a 3-horse race, if you will. The trio of Votto, Albert Pujols in St. Louis, and Carlos Gonzalez in Colorado. Only the one caveat, Votto's team was the only team that reached the playoffs among those 3 players. Still 0-2. Joey Votto, of course, Canadian-born. Last year, the Canadian Athlete of the Year, enshrined into Canada's Wall of Excellence. An extremely driven, focused player. Very intense player. Boy, Kershaw, a dominant first inning. Easily retires. The side in order, end of 1, no score. And it's sponsored by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of Major League Baseball. On the banks of the Ohio, a look into the Commonwealth of Kentucky, just on the other side of the river. On a very hot Saturday afternoon. No score, end of 1. Matt Kemp was at the plate when Ethier was picked off to end the first inning. Strike 1 to begin the second.
Yeah, you don't like to have guys get picked off at first base, but Matt Kemp, he had 2 strikes on him. It was a 1-2 count. He's this way, he gets to start fresh.
That one banged into left field and a leadoff single for the second straight inning. All right, Mr. Karros, let's take a look at our 4 keys to the game today.
Well, for the Dodgers, it's opportunity knocks. That means when they do have a chance, they've got to get those knocks. They've got to get those hits. They've been dreadful with runners in scoring position this year. For the Reds, it's another lefty. As you mentioned earlier, they've battered left-handed pitching at a higher clip than any Major League Baseball club. But this isn't a regular left-hander they're facing. They're facing arguably the best left-hander.
Really the best 2 left-handers in the National League. You mentioned Cliff Lee, and historically and over the long haul, certainly his record speaks for itself. But the 2 best left-handers going back to the beginning of last year and certainly again into this year have been Kershaw and Jaime Garcia of the St. Louis Cardinals. Garcia is the only left-hander in the major leagues with a lower earned run average than Kershaw, and a lot of folks will tell you in St. Louis, bring any pitcher to pitch in the National League Central with the homer-friendly ballparks in that division, and they'll challenge any left-hander to put up better numbers than Garcia.
Well, you know, it's one thing about putting up numbers. It's another thing when you grab a bat and go to the plate. And I can pretty much promise you that 99% of the guys would rather face Garcia than Kershaw. You know, Kershaw may not have the numbers that Garcia has, but there's that intimidation factor. There's that uneasiness of getting into a batter's box against guys with dominant stuff, and that's what Kershaw has.
1-1 on Casey Blake, the Dodger third baseman. He too back and healthy after missing so much time. Blake playing in just his 21st game of the year. Their projected starting infield of Loney, Uribe, Furcal, and Blake have started 2 games together this entire year. Those are big hits. Then you throw in all the injuries in the bullpen. That's in the air over near the Reds dugout, and Votto will run out of room.
Well, you do. You talk about the injuries, and then you talk about you've had a lack of production at first base with James Loney. And it, you know, for Don Mattingly, this being his inaugural year as a manager, it's been tough. We haven't even got to the off the field issues. So it's a long year, and that's how he's approached it. And the reality is nobody feels sorry for him. The other teams, they either don't care or they're happy he does have the problems. That's the way it is.
3-2 now to Blake. Now we know Kemp can run. We told you earlier. I mean, he's a big power guy, but he's also a speed guy. He's 14 out of 17 in stolen base attempts. So we'll see if they start him on a 3-2 pitch.
You talk about having to change the way they play the game now. I think he has to run.
He is. And it's grounded foul. Well, you mentioned the off the field problems. Of course, all of that centered on the ownership of the Dodgers and Frank McCourt and the future of the franchise. Will it stay with Frank McCourt? Major League Baseball is coming in to look at the financial structure of the team and where they are. It's been well publicized, and they're hoping to have some kind of resolution by the end of this month. A jam shot, one hopper to Giannis, and with Kemp on the go, he'll advance to second, 1 out.
Well, you know, Tom, you mentioned those things, and you know, remember 2008, 2009, the Dodgers went to the National League Championship. It was during the playoffs of 2009 that the relationship, Frank McCourt and his wife, it came out. Things weren't going well, and since that time, they've only spent a handful of days in first place. Whether there's a correlation or not, there's a reality there. the organization, they haven't been able to get on solid footing since.
Runner at second, one out. Here's James Loney. Now Loney got off to a horrific start the entire month of April, but has started to turn things around. He hit better than .290 in May, and much like Eric, you referred to with Ethier, they want to start seeing more run production out of James Loney, and he's certainly capable of giving them that. 1-1.
Well, I think with James, they like to see him hit better with runners in scoring position. He's under 200 this year, and historically he's going to drive in 90 runs. He has driven in 90 runs, and there's some people that wanted him to start hitting the ball out of the park. That's not him, and I think that's where he got into trouble in April.
Good fastball by Cueto on the outside corner, and he's ahead in a count of 1-2 strikes. There's a very young Cincinnati starting rotation for a divisional champion a year ago. It was remarkable how young they were. They have 4 of their 5 starters 26 or younger. But they've taken a lot of lumps on the injury front and some lack of production. Their opening day starter, Edinson Volquez, was sent to the minor leagues because he couldn't throw the ball over the plate. Well, all of a sudden he's made 2 starts down there. They've been very, very good starts. And he could be back in the Cincinnati rotation, and what a lift that would be as early as this coming week. Two to Loney. Struck him out. We talked about Edinson Volquez, an all-star a couple of years ago, underwent Tommy John surgery, came back last year. And this year really struggled with command, but there you see his numbers in 2 starts at their AAA affiliate in Louisville. Still the 6 walks, however, in 14 and a third inning.
Well, and I believe he had 4 walks in his last start. So I don't think the alternative is much better up here. So you bring him up, you run him out, and you hope he gets back to that opening day for him.
There's a wild one on the first pitch to Jerry Sands, which will advance Kemp on to third, with 2 outs here in the second inning.
Well, this thing, he just tries to cut too much. Gets to the backstop. Nothing Hernandez can do. Again, these are the things that we talked about. The opportunity knocks. The Dodgers just have been dreadful with runners in scoring position. Saw the at bat James Loney had. And here you've got a rookie that, while I think he's going to be a very fine player, I'm not so sure that he probably couldn't have got a bit more seasoning in the minors.
That ball hit hard, tailing away from Bruce, but he'll track it to retire the side. He'll hit a man left at third. Still no score in Cincinnati. Sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Reds come to bat last of the second inning. No score. A wonderful pitching matchup today here at Great American Ballpark. Clayton Kershaw, ERA barely over 2.5, a 6-game winner. Johnny Cueto has won twice in his 5 starts, and an ERA at 2.2. Well, Scott Rowland to lead things off. First pitch swinging, a fly ball short right, coming hard Ethier. 1 pitch, 1 out. Well, here's a matchup we talked about before this one got underway. 23-year-old Clayton Kershaw against 24-year-old, just recently, Jay Bruce. And Bruce right now the hottest hitter perhaps on the planet. The National League's Player of the Month in May. Was named the National League Player of the Week last week. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. In May, hit .342, led the major leagues in home runs with 12, led the big leagues in runs batted in with 33, led all National Leaguers in slugging percentage, runs scored, and extra base hits. But again, as Eric pointed out, this is a different cat out there on the mound today. Struck him out. 3 strikeouts through the first 5 batters of the game by Kershaw.
Well, Jay Bruce thought that he'd get 1 pitch to hit. This one low, and there's your, that's a slider away, and he goes after that. That puts him in the hole. And another one. I think we missed a pitch there, but the very first pitch was a fastball that went right at him. And that was your 1 pitch. And if you miss it as a hitter, hang with him. And that's when you face guys of this caliber, you might get 1 pitch to hit.
Now Johnny Gomes only a 190 batter, coming off a year in which he knocked in nearly 90 runs as a Reds primary left fielder. He has 7 home runs, 20 knocked in. And Dusty Baker continuing to hope that Gomes can find that magic stroke from a year ago. It's a different lineup when he's swinging the bat well. Still a very good lineup when he's not, but an exceptional offensive team when he is.
Well, and what he does is he adds another dimension as far as that right-handed bat. I mean, you've got Scott Rowland in there, but look, Scott Rowland is not the same type of player as he was 5, 6, 7 years ago. You put Gomes, his ability to hit the ball out of the park, you mix him in with Bruce and Votto, you've got a dynamic lineup there.
Well, we talked so much about all the injuries the Dodgers have had. I mean, the Reds have been equally as beat up, especially in their pitching. In a span of 17 games, Dusty Baker used 19 different pitchers. Of the 21 pitchers on his major league roster, or his 40-man roster, they have used 20 of the 21 and added 2 others just to bring them up from the minor leagues. And yet they're 2 games over 500.
Well, you know, that last road trip that the Reds had, I believe it, 10-gamer, they went 2-8. And the fact that they just got out of there still within striking distance of the Central, I mean, that thing could have set them back even further. And it wasn't that, okay, they won 2 ball games, but the other teams didn't run away. And you've got to weather those storms, and the Reds, they weathered that pitching storm. They're going to get healthy. They've got upside. Look at the club across the field, the Dodgers. Not so sure that they've got upside right now.
Here you look at the National League Central Division. The Reds, despite all their woes on their just recently completed trip, 2 over, just 3.5 behind the Cardinals. It's the best at bat of the day so far against Clayton Kershaw. You know, during that road trip, we talked about 10 games. Over an 11-day time frame, the Reds had 16 transactions alone involving pitchers. Here's a 2-2. And barely contact, but another foul ball. This will be the 10th pitch of this at-bat coming to Johnny Gomes. Well, when you're a batter and you're having this kind of at-bat, you're not squaring anything up and pounding it foul, you know, on the pull side of the field. But what are you thinking here now?
You're hoping he makes a mistake. You know, and even though if he doesn't get on base, this is a great at-bat because Clayton Kershaw has just been boom, boom, boom. Get out of the inning. You made him work here.
And a strike 3 called. Not sure Gomes agreed with Hunter Wendelstedt. So a scoreless game. We're back to Cincinnati after a word from your local Fox station. Presented by Sprint. Of course, the players get to get in the shade in between innings. The umpires do not. Trying to find a way to stay cool. There you get a look at Bob Davidson on the right. Jerry Lane, the crew chief, on the left. Jerry has a daughter, Brittany, celebrating a birthday today. Jerry grew up just north of Columbus, Ohio, little town Marion. And Hunter Wendelstedt behind the plate. Of course, his father, longtime Major League umpire Harry Wendelstedt. We send out our best wishes to him. There's a roller off the end of the bat. And Gomes gets to it quickly, and it's a leadoff single by Dioner Navarro. That's a third straight inning. The Dodgers have started things with a base hit.
Well, as a hitter, you got to love this. You hit the ball off the end of the bat. Don't hit it well, but you hit it in the right place. Just by the outstretched Scott Rowland.
Well, now Kershaw swings a pretty good bat. He's 6 of 25 on the year with an RBI. He has a pair of sacrifices. And he's got a strike. To Kershaw, and you can't roll it out there any better than that. Cueto will take the out in front of him. Kershaw, his third sacrifice, one out in the inning. Now a DirecTV game break, fireworks if you will, in Boston. Red Sox a 7-5 lead in the ninth, 2 on for the A's. Jason Varitek thrown out of the game by Tony Randazzo for arguing balls and strikes. Then Connor Jackson with a base hit down the left field line brings in 2 to tie the game. And Jonathan Papelbon is run for arguing with Tony Randazzo. So 7-7 that game now in the bottom of the 10th inning. Get every major league game and the most in HD. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. Bouncing ball, Giannis a diving play, and for the time being that'll save a run. Navarro advancing on to third base. That's an infield hit for Jamie Carroll.
Jamie Carroll doing his best Rafael Furcal impersonation, getting on base at the top of the lineup. Giannis saving a run.
But now the Dodgers have it cooking. Runners on the corners with only 1 out. And here's Aaron Miles. He struck out on 3 pitches his first time up. In the air, right field, plenty deep enough to bring in the run. Bruce the catch, tagging and scoring Navarro, and the Dodgers have the lead at 1-0.
Well, nice job by Aaron Miles. I mentioned earlier he's had 0 success against Johnny Cueto, 0 for 5. Does a good job of keeping the ball off the ground, getting that sacrifice fly, getting that run in.
Dodgers jumped in front here last night. It came in the 4th inning when they took a 1-0 lead, but really they ran themselves out of what could have been a huge inning. They had the bases loaded with nobody out. Hit a fly ball into pretty deep left field to James Loney to bring in the runner from third. But the runner at second, Matt Kemp, was trying to tag up. He broke from second to third, stopped about halfway there, and they wound up getting him in a rundown and tagging him out. Next thing you know, there's 2 outs, 1 on, and only 1 run in.
And that's something that obviously no team can really afford to do, but the Dodgers specifically, they just cannot do that at all because their offense isn't good enough to overcome those sort of mistakes. When they get opportunities, they've been few and far between. They can't squander them.
2-0 the count on Andre Ethier. And Votto, a nice pickup on a hot smash up the line to retire the side, but the Dodgers in front, 1-0. day tomorrow. Budweiser is asking guys to skip shaving with a goal of saving 1 million gallons of water. Pledge to skip shaving anywhere from 2 to 3 days or 2 days to 3 weeks. Every gallon counts. I'm sure you'll fall right in line with that request.
I am loving that right there. I'm all over that.
Except with
celebrate
the long
that
hair, it takes you probably about 3 minutes longer to wash your hair than the rest of us. Here's ball one to Ramon Hernandez. Well, what's the first thing Bob Davidson said to you today? That was a great line.
Well, the sad thing was he said, when are you going to get a haircut? And the ironic thing is, I got one 2 days ago.
He asked you if you, were still hanging out in Southern California, and then he asked you if the barbers had gone on strike out there. That's a great line. 1-1 on Ramon Hernandez. Hernandez having a very good offensive year. That one is in the air, and Navarro with a nice running catch. Boy, is Kershaw impressive through the first 2 1/3 here today.
Well, Navarro does a nice job at getting up from the crouch and finding the ball and hustling over and making the grab. One catcher getting another catcher. You notice he picks up the ball at first, and then he puts his head down and starts to run. Then he picks the ball up again. You know, it's almost that misnomer where they say keep your eye on the ball. Watch it. When you're trying to get yourself in a fielding position, there is that period of time, especially in the outfield or when you're catching a pop-up, you may take your eye off the ball.
Number 8 hitter, shortstop Paul Janisch at 218, 15 runs batted in. Broken bat roller to short. Carroll throws out Janisch. 2 away. Kershaw's needed a grand total of 30 pitches to retire the first 8 batters in a row. Cueto 1 hit and 9 at bats. Dodgers scored in the top of the 3rd inning. If you're just joining us, on a base hit by Navarro, who was bunted over by Kershaw, went to 3rd on an infield hit. And then Navarro scored on a sac fly to right by Aaron Miles. The Reds still in search of their first base runner against Clayton Kershaw. Shallow center field, and Kemp able to make the play, and that'll retire to side. That's the first ball that has left the infield against Kershaw, who has a 1-0 lead through 3. is sponsored by the 2011 Ford F-150 built Ford Tough, by Klondike Ice Cream. What would you do for a Klondike bar? And by Ink from Chase, introducing Jot, the real-time mobile expense tracking app. Youngsters getting out of the sunshine on this steamy Saturday in Cincinnati. Dodgers at the end of 3 with a 1-0 lead over the Reds. Johnny Cueto set to face Matt Kemp, Casey Blake, and James Loney. And a pleasure to be joined by one of our favorite guys in the game, has been for a long time. Veteran Reds right-hander Bronson Arroyo came away with a win here last night. Bronson, thanks for joining us from down in that Reds dugout.
Yeah, no problem, guys.
Well, how you doing? Obviously you had some back issues here over the last couple of starts. You began the year with mononucleosis, yet you've not missed a single start and threw the bell a lot better last night. 6 innings, only 1 run. How do you feel? Better?
Yeah, physically, actually last night in the game I didn't feel that great. I didn't have good stuff, and I was only throwing 85 to 87, but that's the way the game is. Physically I felt great in Atlanta and just got killed, but my back is better. Got an epidural shot. I feel good. Hopefully I'm turning the corner now just to have some good ball games.
Bronson, days like this, if you're out on the mound, is there anything you do in between innings to keep your energy, to stay cool, or is it just status quo like any other day?
Well, for me, back in 04 in Boston, I started figuring out that if it was a hot day, it was a little bit cooler down in the tunnel, and if it was a cold day, it was a little bit warmer in the tunnel. And so you'll never see me out on the bench usually between innings. I'm down. I can't really see what's going on the offensive side, but you can tell from the crowd if your team's doing well or not, or you can tell if there's a double play or whatever. And I usually sit down there, try to eat some food, just have a fan down there if it's really hot and cool off, because like you said, you're exerting a lot of energy. And sometimes if the other pitcher's rolling like Kershaw usually is, you're not going to have an opportunity to have a breather, a long breather in between innings. So you want to cool off as quick as you can, because sweat pouring down your arm, it's tough sometimes to grip the baseball.
3-2 the count on Kemp, beginning the Cincinnati 4th inning here. Bronson Arroyo kind enough to join us from the Reds dugout, and here comes a payoff pitch in the at-bat to Kemp, and that's a leadoff walk, and Kemp has 14 steals on the year. Bronson, your pitching staff, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, it's been remarkable. You guys have used 19 different pitchers over a 17-game stretch. Can you remember being part of a pitching staff that's had this many guys coming up and down from the minor leagues, or guys going on the disabled list so frequently?
Not this early in the year. It's definitely rare, especially for a ball club being so young. We've had some weird stuff this year, cracked ribs from sneezing and just kind of some random injuries. But luckily for us, we've been just deep enough, I think, in our minor league system to have some guys come up here, especially in the bullpen, and handle their own and give us some good innings to get us by. Some situations, that it felt like we were at the end of our rope and we didn't have a whole lot of things to turn to, and having a couple extra starting pitchers as well, with Homer Bailey being out, and having guys like Mike Leake that can come back from AAA and give us some quality starts has really helped out.
One hopper to Rollins, should be 2, and it is. That's the one thing, Bronson, if you pitch for this team, and of course, I get a chance to see the team play regularly, but it's got to be very satisfying knowing what kind of defense you have playing behind you.
Yeah, no doubt. The first couple of years I was here, we had some guys in the infield that were better on the offensive side, but didn't quite have as much mobility as we have now, with Brandon Phillips at second base and Paul Yanish at short, and obviously Scott Rowland with all the Gold Gloves at third base. So it's definitely nice. The last couple of years we've been as consistent as you could probably want to be on the defensive end, and that's something that really hasn't been in question for this ball club, which is nice, because when you go out there to pitch, it's the last thing on your mind that you're going to have to get extra outs against a good lineup, because you're giving, 3 bases away on errors.
Bronson, this ballpark, not an easy park to pitch in. One of the better offensive parks in the game. Do you pitch differently when you're pitching at home as opposed to the road?
I personally don't. I think, if the wind was blowing out in one direction, it's such a small park, I might shift the side of the plate that I would pitch on mostly, but for the most part, I just try to pitch my game, because for me, mixing and matching the change of speeds is what keeps guys off balance with me and gives me the ability to keep the ball in the ballpark.
Bronson, thanks for the time today. We appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Thanks, bud.
Have a good one.
Bronson Arroyo, one of only 5 pitchers in Major League Baseball to win 15 or more games each of the last 3 years. His team trails the Dodgers 1-0. In front as the Reds come to bat in the bottom half of the fourth inning, still in search of their first base runner. Against Clayton Kershaw, 9 up, 9 down, has struck out 4 of the 9. Bruce Stubbs popped up to second, his only time up. 1-1. Stubbs, a former #1 pick, like Jay Bruce, out of the University of Texas. Among the fastest players in the game, and has a lot of power. But he's also prone to that, swinging and missing. He leads the National League with 74 strikeouts so far this year.
When you couple that, he's got great speed, so you'd like to see him just make contact and force the defense to make plays against him.
That's strike 3 call. The strikeout of the game by Kershaw. He set down the first 10. We invite you to visit your local Lowe's to cast your Scott's MLB All-Star ballot and enter for a chance to win a VIP All-Star Week experience in Phoenix. Compliments of Scott's. Now, are you going to the All-Star game in Phoenix, Arizona, which, by the way, we'll have right here on Fox?
I will be there. Part of the studio show. Looking forward to that, and hopefully sitting in the National League dugout.
Well, I brought up earlier Brandon Phillips through the first round of balloting. A surprise perhaps to some. But when you start looking at the quality of play, it's not a surprise that he would be the leading vote getter among all National League second basemen. He is the best second baseman in this league from an all-around standpoint. But generally, you know, you're looking at the big market guys that garner so many of those votes, especially a guy like Chase Utley, even though he's been hurt all year until recently.
Well, historically, Chase Utley has usually run away with the voting. As you mentioned, being out for most of the year, just recently coming back.
There's Philadelphia. Despite the fact that the Phillies have lost 3 in a row, they sit atop that National League East. 2 games better than the Marlins and 2.5 better than the streaking Atlanta Braves. Well, you and I got to look at that Braves team last weekend. If they can start to hit with more consistency, that is going to be a very tough team to beat, because their pitching is right neck and neck with that vaunted Philadelphia staff.
It really is, and that's a team for me right now that hasn't reached their level that I believe they're going to get to. I mean, you mentioned the pitching's been great. Offensively, they haven't got to the point where they're going to probably get.
On swinging is Phillips, and that's now 6 strikeouts through 3 2/3 for Kershaw. I talked about the All-Star game from the desert, the biggest event of the summer, and it's right here on Fox. The 2011 Major League Baseball All-Star game. Our coverage on Tuesday, July the 12th from Phoenix begins at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, right here on Fox.
Well, there's your young man that's having an all-star season. He's never played in an all-star game, but you ask anybody in the Dodger organization, they'd say, hey, punch his ticket for Arizona right now. He's been great. Great on the field, in the clubhouse.
Votto, a 2-out single to left center, and he's the first Red to reach first base today.
Not a bad pitch. Left it out over the plate a bit. Votto hits it near the end of the bat. Yeah, you mentioned the strikeouts, but even the outs, nobody's squared a ball up yet.
I don't think anybody squared up a foul ball yet.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Nolan looks at a first pitch fastball to strike. Rolling one of the 4 fly ball outs, his first time up. What a career it has been for Scott Rowland. It all began, of course, in Philadelphia, moved on to St. Louis, a shortstop in Toronto before coming over nearly 2 years ago to the Reds. And many will tell you his leadership plus his on-field production has a lot to do with this young Reds team blossoming into a division championship a year ago.
Well, a no-nonsense guy. He comes to play. He's a winner. His approach, very serious. And he knows when to mess around, but when he gets in between those lines, it's all business.
I mean, look at those numbers. That's Hall of Fame stuff right there. Closing in on 2,000 hits, 500 doubles. Another native of Indiana, from Jasper, Indiana. On a check swing and a foul ball out of play. In fact, the Hoosier State, known more for basketball, of course, than baseball. And here you have Don Mattingly from Evansville, Indiana. You have Jamie Carroll from Evansville, Indiana. And Scott Rowland from Jasper, Indiana.
That's Don Mattingly behind that pole, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Now they have Votto caught. And he'll be the final out here in the 4th inning. Second pickoff this year. It'll go as a caught stealing. 1-0 Dodgers at the end of 4. Brought to you by Jeep. Kershaw has just been dominant through the front 4, allowing just 1 hit, and then he picked that runner off. Cueto's been very good, allowing just the 1 run, and really 2 balls that barely left the infield, setting up the Dodgers' lone run, and it was driven in by Aaron Miles. So Lander third in the batting order for the Dodgers to begin this 5th inning. Sands, Navarro, and Kershaw. Sands, a native North Carolinian, has put up huge numbers in the Dodgers minor league system since being drafted out of Catawba College in Salisbury, North Carolina. Don Mattingly was saying before the game today, you touched on it, Eric. He said, I'm going to play this guy now every day in left field, and I believe he is going to be quite a player.
Well, I think that's a smart thing to do if you've got him up here. You want to give him every opportunity to succeed. And I know as a young player, it's very tough to be in the lineup a couple games, and you're out, then you're in. You'd much rather go out and play every day. And that's what they're going to do now.
On the ground of the shortstop, Giannis. Jamie Carroll wearing a microphone for us today. Let's listen in, talking to Aaron Miles about getting that run across. Our Fox Sounds of the game.
Anything in the infield, there's someone standing right there. I'm still stuck on 4 RBIs. I'm still stuck on 4 RBIs. Hey.
He's staring a 3-hit game right in the face right now.
Hey, way to get your RBI. Set him up for you. I don't want the RBI. I'll set it up for you. Tried to have a little pop on that.
Get through right there. I'm through like 2 inches from a ribby.
Guys, make a play. I want you to have. We're doing this together for all the small guys that can't make it. You know what I mean? Small ball.
It's good stuff from Jamie Carroll. Well, I like that line. For all the small guys who are told you can't make it, how many of those guys have there been, you know, that maybe get drafted in the 28th, 31st, 39th round? Next thing you know, they're in the big leagues and playing well.
Well, and that's the beauty of this game. I mean, any physical type, you know, has an opportunity to make it somewhere in this game. You know, I'm not
sure one of those monsters coming out of Patrick Henry High School in San Diego, then on to UCLA, right?
Shoot, I walked on to UCLA. I busted my buns to get up there. It was a lot of hard work. You got to work. I mean, that's the bottom line. No matter what size, shape, you got to work. Jamie Carroll's been great for the Dodgers. Been one of the best pickups that they've had in the last couple of years.
Of course, you are the all-time Los Angeles Dodger home run leader.
We're going to keep running that one a few more times.
Hey. Straight up in the air. Phillips backpedaling, and Jay Bruce will call him off. We invite you to join Major League Baseball and the Players Association in helping the victims of the devastating tornadoes that, of course, ravaged our country. Support the relief efforts by visiting hearttoheart.org. And if you can make a donation, we'd sure appreciate it, or learn how you can help. Had a lot of scary days and nights in Cincinnati with all those tornadoes that came through, of course, through the south. Know all about Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and some of the other regions we heard about last weekend, and Atlanta. Know all about Joplin, Missouri. Cueto looking for a 1-2-3 fifth. It's 2-1 on the pitcher, Clayton Kershaw.
I mean, this sounds kind of crazy, but if you're the Dodgers sitting in that dugout, if you're Don Mattingly, you'd just like to see Clayton Kershaw just put this at-bat away and get out. The last thing you want him doing is standing out there on the bases, especially in this heat.
Tapper to Roland. We go to the bottom of the fifth. 1-0 Dodgers. Sprint all together now. 1-0 Dodgers. Cincinnati comes to bat in the bottom of the 5th inning with only 1 hit against his sensational 23-year-old left-hander Clayton Kershaw.
Well, Clayton Kershaw's been everything as advertised. The breaking ball, the fastball, moving the ball down, up. You know, when you've got an arsenal of pitches like that as a hitter, you go up there and you say, man, I hope he makes a mistake. I hope I get that fastball out over the plate. I get a hold of it, because you're going to get one shot. Maybe. Maybe. If you don't hit it, you're going to be grabbing some bench real quick.
6 strikeouts, no walks for Kershaw. He'll be facing Scott Rowland, Jay Bruce, and Johnny Gomes here in the Reds' 5th inning. Rowland was at the plate when Votto, and officially went as a caught stealing, but he was drifting too far off the bag, and Kershaw forced the rundown on a pickoff attempt over to James Loney. 2-0. Opening day this year, Kershaw became the youngest left-hander since Fernando Valenzuela back in 1983 to already notch a 500th career strikeout. I think there's very little doubt that, good Lord willing, this kid stays healthy. There's a Cy Young in his future.
I don't think there's any question. He continues to improve and get better and better. And the ability is there. The physical stuff, it's there. It's just learning how to pitch, learning to pitch to contact, knowing that you don't always need to strike a hitter out.
In the air and out of play. Kershaw, a native Texan, grew up in the Dallas suburb of Highland Park. That has produced so many great athletes. Of course, Texas, every sport, they come out of there. But look at those numbers that you pointed out earlier. When this guy gets 5 days of rest, despite in this case he's coming off a complete game, it's not a bad ERA.
We talk about how good he is on the field. Just as good off the field. Great in the clubhouse, a leader of the staff, very competitive. And this is all, from a young guy. The way he represents himself, it's more characteristic of a guy that's been around for 7, 8, 9, 10 years. The Dodgers have a real gem in this guy.
He wanted the call, didn't get it, just off the outside edge with a 93-mile-per-hour fastball.
Well, the way Kershaw's been pitching, he probably hoped to get that pitch.
Comes back with a 3-2 breaking ball and gets his 7th strikeout.
So the previous pitch, a fastball away, and then you get the slider. Drops right out of the zone. It's not fair when you're up at the plate.
Here's Jay Bruce. First pitch fastball, much like his first time up. Took a first pitch fastball for a strike, and then never got another fastball the rest of the at bat. Well, he doubles up, but misses inside. 1-1. Breaking ball swung on and missed. 1 out, none on. Reds batting here in the bottom of the 5th inning against Clayton Kershaw, who's allowed him just 1 hit. He retired the first 11 batters before Votto had a 2-out single. And there's strike 3 called on Bruce, number 8 in the game for Kershaw. Now tomorrow, NASCAR on Fox. From Kansas City to Kansas Speedway. And Sprint Cup Racing, presented by True Grit on DVD, begins tomorrow with a pre-race show delivered by Pizza Hut at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific in high definition only on Fox. Oh, what a performance. Through nearly 5 innings from Clayton Kershaw, yet he works with the slimmest of margins. A 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the 5th.
But that's the way the Dodger offense has been treating their pitchers all year long. And just no room for error. The Dodger starters have the most quality starts in all of baseball. But what's tough is, even in this game, as dominant as Kershaw has been, he makes one mistake and it's a tie ball game. You know, it's really, it doesn't seem fair.
2-0 to Johnny Gomes. And there's a strike. And Gomes was unhappy after an extended at bat. He had an 11 pitch at bat his first time up and was rung up on strike 3. You can tell he's shaking his head right there. He didn't think that 2-0 pitch was a strike. I don't know if any man on the planet could have hit that pitch right there as a right-handed batter.
That thing just was barreling in on the hands. Take a look at it right here. I mean, he just got no chance. Up and in.
And Kershaw fans the side in the 5th. He has struck out 9 so far in the game. Dodgers lead 1-0. Forward, and by the makers of New Bayer Advanced Aspirin, the official pain reliever of Major League Baseball. Welcome back to that little angel right there, trying to get cooled off. Very, very warm. Top of the order for the Dodgers. And there's a roller to Giannis. He'll cut it loose just in time to get the hustling Jamie Carroll. You know, obviously, you talk so much about Kershaw. He's only allowed 1 base runner and fan 9. Meanwhile, it's been another rock-solid outing for the Reds right-hander Johnny Cueto, coming off a start where he, too, had a complete game. in a 2-1 loss to Jair Jurgens and Atlanta last Sunday night.
Well, Cueto has thrown extremely well. He's just run into bad luck. And that bad luck is facing, as you mentioned, Jair Jurgens of the Atlanta Braves, and now you get Kershaw today. Arguably the two hottest pitchers in the game.
We brought it up earlier. The Reds believe that Cueto has the capability one day of winning a Cy Young as well. I mean, he was brought to the major leagues as a very, very young man, and obviously had some injury issues this year, which landed him on the disabled list to start the year. But 3 very high quality pitches of a fastball, a curveball, and a changeup. And they really like his future a lot.
Yeah, no question he has the ability, but the one thing he has going against him, this ballpark. I think that's the Achilles heel. I mean, I'm not sure that any pitcher can win a Cy Young award pitching in this ballpark because it's so conducive to offense.
1-2 to Miles, and a high tapper to Brandon Phillips. This can be a tough play as the bare hand throws and got it. Seemingly every night or every day, Phillips is making plays just like this. A 2-time Gold Glove winner.
That's a joke. That is so sweet right there. And so look at this. Barehanded and basically throw the same motion. I mean, that you look at that and he makes it look so easy. You don't really appreciate how difficult that is.
We talk about a franchise that over about the last 30, 35, 40 years has been blessed with just absolutely remarkable defensive play at the second base position. I'm not sure any organization could stack up with the players the Reds have had through the years. Even you go back to Joe Morgan, everybody talked about his offense, an outstanding defender, multi-Gold Glove winner. You go into eventually the Ron Oster era, but then you really take off. You go to Brett Boone, multi-Gold Glove winner. Pokey Reese, Gold Glove winner. And now Brandon Phillips. A 1-2-3 inning. Joe Morgan, of course, now working for the Reds. And he's here hoping his team can get it rolling on offense.
That's why we started out in the Gulf Coast leagues and all.
Set to begin the bottom of the 6th inning is Dodgers have a 1-0 lead, and the Reds have only 1 hit against it. They get 2. Home plate umpire Hunter Wendelstedt wearing a microphone for us today. Our Fox sounds of the game.
Yeah, this is nothing. That's why we started out in the Gulf Coast leagues and all that. They found out if we could survive. We are spoiled. You're right. You catching tomorrow? I don't know. Because you get the good day. I think it's going to only be like 80 degrees tomorrow.
Good stuff there from Hunter Wendelstedt. Paul Janisch, first pitch, hacking, pops it up into center field. Johnny Cueto's trying to stay cool between innings. I imagine that water gets to your scalp a lot quicker when you got the locks, doesn't it? It's like that little girl right there. I mean, look at her. She's cool as can be. Her dad's ready to call it quits. Well, now Cueto has a pair of sacrifices this year. Figures to be bunting with 1 on, 1 out in a 1-0 game. And beautifully done by Cueto. So both pitchers have put down sacrifices. Kershaw back in the third, which led to the game's only run. We'll see if the same holds true for Cueto and the Reds next week. Fox Saturday Baseball. And Eric, you and I back together again in San Francisco. The Reds and the Giants. Some will see the Cubs and the Phillies from Philadelphia. Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Sprint. 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. Check local listings for the game and start time in your area. Looking forward to getting out west. That'll be a short flight for you.
Yeah, looking forward to that short flight. Looking forward to seeing the Giants, though. They've obviously been beset by some injuries, and Buster Posey out for the year, but Pablo Sandoval, who started off so well, should be back. And again, that pitching staff is good as any in all of baseball.
Well, now the Reds their first scoring chance of the afternoon. First time a runner has reached second base. And leadoff man Drew Stubbs, who's popped to second and struck out, is down strike 1.
Well, we've talked about it all game long. As a hitter, you're going to get one pitch. And the sad thing is, if you're a Reds fan, that was that one pitch right there to hit. You're down 0-1. You're going to get some breaking stuff, some hard stuff. You just can't afford to foul off that fastball.
Breaking ball stays high. 1 ball and 1 strike to Stubbs. Two and 1.
You know, I think with as well as Kershaw has pitched today, even though Ramon Hernandez out at second base doesn't run all that well, you've got to send him. Any base hit to the outfield, you're going to have to make the Dodgers make the play at the plate. I don't think you can count on getting 2 hits in a row right now.
2 balls and a strike on Stubbs. Ball 3. Well, despite the fact that Kershaw has struck out Brandon Phillips twice today. You brought up earlier that Phillips had success against Kershaw coming into the game. 6 hits, 10 at bats. So it stands to figure that Stubbs is going to get a pitch to hit here, 3-1. And he got it and fouled it back.
That's the rarity. 2 pitches in an at-bat that you've been able to get against Kershaw. I remember Roland, he threw a 3-2 breaking ball. Don't be surprised if he doesn't come at Stubbs with a 3-2 breaking ball.
Big pitch right here in a 1-0 game. Runner at second and 2 men out. And he walked it. So this sellout crowd for the first time the entire day has reason to get a little bit excited. Kershaw has been that dominant through the front 5 innings today, but now 2 on, 2 out for Brandon Phillips.
Well, much like I just mentioned before with Stubbs at the plate, I think you send the runner Hernandez, regardless of where this ball is hit, if it goes to the outfield. That you force the Dodgers to make a play, even though you've got the National League MVP on deck. I send them.
Phillips waving at bat up above his right ear. And the first pitch fastball high to Phillips. Phillips hits the ball low all over the field, but generally with runners on base and 2 outs in an inning, he will hit the ball into right more times than not. And Loney's playing behind Stubbs over there at first to try and take away some of that hole. You see Miles out on the outfield grass.
Well, he can afford to play out there on the grass. Again, Hernandez is not going to get that far off his second base. Not a running threat. See where Miles is. You mentioned, Tom, way back on the grass. And see, if I'm a runner, if I am Hernandez at second base, and even though I don't run, I've got to get a better lead. Because I've got to try to score, and I've got nobody around me holding me on. Now, he's got to get off more than that. And there is nobody around second base.
1-0 the count on Brandon Phillips. Big swing and a miss on a pitch that looked to be out of the strike zone.
See, Kershaw misses his spot. They were trying to go in. He left that thing out over the plate. But up high enough where Phillips couldn't catch up.
Hernandez a runner at second. A speedy Stubbs over at first. 2 out. Into right field. It'll fall in, a base hit, and this will tie the game. And on to third goes Stubbs as Phillips delivers with 2 out.
Well, as you mentioned, Tom, with 2 outs and runner in scoring position, Phillips likes to go to right field. Lets the ball travel deep on him and then just serves it out to right field. Andre Ethier has no play. The Reds have an opportunity right now to go ahead in this ball game.
They've got the reigning National League most valuable player up there at the plate. 1 for 2 in the game, Joey Votto. He has struck out and singled to left. He takes high for a ball. I tell you, Drew Stubbs had the largest lead I think I've ever seen a runner from third base take without trying to steal home, which you never see anymore.
He might have been closer to home than he was third base. I mean, that was, I saw the same thing.
I mean, you figure there's no way in the world you're going to try it with a left-handed batter, the league MVP at the plate. But if there is ever a guy that would be capable of it, taking all factors into consideration, the speed of the runner, where the third baseman is playing right now, and a left-hander on the mound, this would be the time to do it.
And this is it right here. You got 2 strikes on Votto. I'm sure Stubbs has that adrenaline down there. It's just one of those things as a base runner when you're trying to sneak something. You think, should I do it? Should I do it? It's just getting over that hurdle of I'm going, and then you just take off and go. But it's being able to say I'm going.
It's hammered into right field, and they'll all score. Off the bat of Votto, and a 4-run Cincinnati 6th off Kershaw, all with 2 men out.
Well, it's a breaking ball that just sort of rolls up there. It stays up in the zone. Votto stays back. Yeah, you get the ball up in the air in this ballpark, and it'll travel.
Rolling in the air to right, and that is that. But major damage, a 4-run Cincinnati 6, and we're back after a word from your local Fox station. Baseball presented by Sprint. Well, after being completely shut down by Clayton Kershaw through the front 5 innings, the Reds only with 1 hit. They get a leadoff single in the 6th, and then with 2 outs, Kershaw's first walk of the game to Stubbs, Brandon Phillips a run-scoring single, and then Votto the 3-run home run. So now Johnny Cueto becomes the man, with a 3-run lead, taking the mound here in the 7th inning. Only 74 pitches in the game for Cueto. He'll face Kemp, who hits the ball in the air to deep right field. Bruce drifting back, and Kemp is homered to begin the Dodgers' 7th inning, his 14th of the year. Whereas Kemp has unbelievable power the other way.
Fastball down the middle of the plate. Kemp, as you mentioned, has power to any part of the field. Drives it well out of right center.
Well, we were starting to talk earlier about Kemp, and Don Mattingly making the point that, you know, especially at night, Dodger Stadium can be a tough place to hit home runs. We know all about the spacious parks in San Diego and San Francisco. And he's convinced that Kemp has hit anywhere from 5 to 7 balls this year that were caught, that in most other ballparks around the National League would have been home runs.
Yeah, no question. I mean, if you're playing in the National League West and you're playing in any one of those 3 parks, if that's your home ballpark, San Diego, San Francisco, or LA, you're not going to win any home run titles. You figure you get 81 games in that specific park and then 9 games in each of those other 2.
And really, the home run ball has come way down in Denver. Now, it's at roughly in about the upper third, but it's nowhere near what it used to be.
Not what it used to be, but still, you give me a bat, and I'd love to just stand in that box and hit. I mean, it's probably not the most favorable ballpark to hit home runs, but with the spacious outfield, still a great place to hit.
Fouled away by Casey Blake. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. So a 2-run ball game. Nobody out here in the Dodgers' 7th inning. Cueto wanted the call, didn't get it. 3-2. Did he go around the appeal? Yes, says Brian Knight. And Blake gone on strikes, number 3 for Cueto. Don't make a baseball moment kids will never forget. Go to ChevyBaseball.com to support youth baseball, plus enter to win one of 4 trips to the 2011 Major League Baseball All-Star Game in Phoenix and the keys to a new Chevrolet. Liner off the bat of Loney, right at Phillips, 2 away. Now Jerry Sands, who's flied to right and grounded to short. '25-year-old Dominican Johnny Cueto. Of course, the Reds had one of the best right-handers for nearly a 12-13-year run in Mario Soto, who pitched on some terrible teams here in Cincinnati, or he'd be pretty much a household name. He was that good through the late 70s and the entire decade of the 80s for the Reds. And Soto extremely involved in not only the Reds' Dominican operation, but traveling around through their minor league system. And Cueto has become, without a doubt, his prized pupil, as the Reds have tried to rebuild what was an awful farm system, and now it's regarded as among the best. Soto right now, we brought up Edinson Volquez earlier. He has been sent to Louisville, Kentucky to work with both Edinson Volquez and the enormously talented Cuban left-hander Aroldis Chapman. Right-hand man of Reds general manager, longtime Cardinal general manager Walt Jockett. Giannis throws out Sands, a home run by him as they stand and stretch at Great American Ballpark. The lead is cut to 2. Sprint is sponsored by DirecTV. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV. By your local Lexus dealer. And by Men's Rogaine Foam. Use it or lose it. Jay Bruce leads off the Cincinnati bottom half of the 7th inning with a base hit in the center field. His first time reaching base after striking out twice against Kershaw. Reds with a 4-2 lead, batting here in the last of the 7th inning. We talked about this Cincinnati team and what they have done to left-handed pitching. That ball hit off the end of the bat. It'll back up Kemp for the first out. And again, you know, two of their better hitters in the lineup, arguably their two best hitters, certainly Votto, and right now Bruce, are left-handed batters. I mean, they have just worn out left-handed pitching so far this year, unlike any other team in the entire National League. Now, you got most teams right around 250. You have the Cubs at 290 from a batting average standpoint. The Reds are well above 300 and leading the league in runs per game against left-handers, slugging percentage, on base percentage. And they finally found a way, after being dominated through the front 5 innings of this game, to break through against arguably the best left-hander in the league.
Right, and you know, you talk about the left-hander, you know, obviously the Votto home run was big, but I go back to the walk to Drew Stubbs. And Clayton Kershaw had dominated Stubbs. Stubbs was 0 for 11 against him coming into that at-bat. But Stubbs battled, drew the walk, and as you mentioned, Brandon Phillips had historically had success against Kershaw. Struck out twice today, gets the big hit, and then leaves the ball up to Votto, and it's a 3-run shot.
One and one on Ramon Hernandez. He got that 4-run rally started in the 6th inning, swung at the first pitch and pulled it through the hole in the left field for a base hit. Pitch count not a big deal at 87 for Kershaw, but when you throw in the heat, that probably has to feel like about 107. Is that fair?
Well, and you throw in the Dodger offense, and it probably feels like 140, because every single pitch, you're grinding on it right there. You can't afford to make a mistake.
Well, there's a 4-pitch walk. Well, time now for a DirecTV game break. We take you to Busch Stadium in the 4th inning. No score, 1 on, 1 out. Albert, a 2-run home run, is 11th. And his 49th in his career against the Cubs. But then in the 6th inning, Carlos Pena, a 2-run home run off Kyle Loesch. And now they're tied at 4. The Cardinals have just scored twice in the bottom of the 6th inning to come back from a 4-2 game. In the afternoon is over, it appears, for Clayton Kershaw.
You mentioned not a particularly high number of pitches, 88 pitches, but this is coming off of a complete game. As I mentioned, every pitch today is really a do-or-die pitch because of the offense the Dodgers don't have.
That's why we said perhaps, because we've seen Don Mattingly do it. We certainly have seen Dusty Baker do it through the years, where just because they come out of the dugout doesn't automatically mean a pitching change. And on a first visit, obviously, but sometimes they want to hear from their guy on the mound.
Yeah, and a number of, well, I shouldn't say a number of times, but a couple of times this year, Don Mattingly has gone out to take out Clayton Kershaw. Clayton Kershaw has talked him out of it.
Well, he has a number 8 hitter, Paul Janisch, with 2 on and 1 out. And there's a base hit in the right field. They're going to wave around Bruce. Here comes a throw to the plate, slide, and he is out at the plate. A perfect throw by Ethier to cut down what would have been the 5th Cincinnati run. Dodgers lead the National League in outfield assists. That's 5 for Ethier.
Well, Ethier gets a nice hop, makes a good, accurate throw to Deoner Navarro. Now watch Navarro block the plate. He's standing up. He's on both feet. And then once he catches the ball, then he drops down. Look, he's on 2 feet, and then I drop down, as opposed to already being down on the ground. See, look at on both feet and catch it and drop. That way you basically plant the runner. Runner's got nowhere to go. But if you're down on the ground, you're a free target for the runner.
And of course that brings to mind the Buster Posey situation, which, Eric, when we come back, as Kershaw will be taken down, as Chris Heisey is an announced pinch hitter. We'll hear some words from Johnny Bench about that play. Stay tuned. The runner thrown out at home. Our Fox sounds of the game from Jamie Carroll.
Throw him out. Got him.
Mike McDougall takes over on the mound. Cincinnati with a 4-2 lead, batting in the 7th. Runners at 2nd and 3rd, and Chris Heisey, the pinch hitter, batting for Cueto, who, when all is said and done, is outpitched Kershaw here today. Allowed 1 less hit, going 7 innings, allowing 5 hits and 2 earned runs. Not as overpowering, not as dominant statistically from a strikeout standpoint as Kershaw was here today, but a rock solid outing by Cueto. And it's been a good year for this guy, Mike McDougall, pitching very well.
Yeah, and this guy's had experience in all types of roles. You know, whether it's a setup, a closer, long relief, but he's really done a nice job for the Dodgers so far this season.
Broken bat flare into shallow center field. This will fall in a hit. 2 more runs will score, and the Reds lead 6-2.
Well, McDougall does his job, breaks the bat, but Heisey's strong enough to fist it out to center field. Drives in 2 runs.
Certainly one of the greatest strengths of this Cincinnati team, and they have a lot of them, is what they have done pinch hitting this year. By far and away, they have been the most productive group in the National League. That is now 18 runs batted in by Reds pinch hitters on that 2-run single by Heisey. And it doesn't matter if you're talking average, hits, RBI, slugging percentage, on base percentage. The Reds are #1 across the board in pinch hitters. Now, obviously, you don't want to use them all that much. I mean, the Dodgers is an example. They only have 2 pinch hit home runs the entire year, and both of them from a guy who's on the disabled list in Marcus Thames. But boy, when you got to ask guys to come off the bench, that can win you some ball games.
Well, again, so far in this early part of the season, you know, the Reds have been real successful. You know, whether that carries on through the rest of the year, or is it just a stretch where they're hot? I will say this, though. The Reds, the guys that are up here, position players, they all belong in the big leagues. You know, they're all guys that have had excellent minor league seasons, looking for opportunities to play at this level. You know, and I'm not so sure the Dodgers are that deep.
Well, you've been friends with that guy for a long, long time, Dusty Baker. You played for him in Chicago on a team that had the heartbreaking defeat in the 2003 National League Championship Series. That ball scalded into left center by Stubbs, and this will bring in another run. It is 7-2 as the Reds are laying it on them here in the 7th. Kershaw charged with 6 of the runs. Well, you'd have lost a lot of money on that bet after the first 5 innings of this game.
Again, he pitched well. He was dominant. But that's the thing about this Reds offense. They can get you basically in any inning. I mean, they're a deep offense. They have guys that can hurt you in many different ways. You figure when you're facing these guys 3 or 4 times a ball game, you know, at some point they're going to get you.
That is an area where the Reds have not been particularly good this year. Compared to other clubs, it's not a bad number overall. But they've been extremely streaky with runners in scoring position. Obviously good today. It was only 1 inning ago where Phillips had a 2-out floater that dropped for a base hit into right field to produce the first Cincinnati run. And here we are an inning later, and they have 7. And that's out. 4 in the 6th, 3 more in the 7th. 4 more hits in that 7th inning, and a 5-run Cincinnati lead. presented by Sprint. Where it's sold out, Great American Ballpark, 40,324 in attendance on this very hot Saturday afternoon. Staying in a game after a pinch hit 2-run single in left field is Chris Heisey. Johnny Gomes is out. And part of a double switch will summon Nick Massick. Hard throwing right-hander from the Cincinnati bullpen. Started the year like he did last year, miserably. And really after the first month of last year, he was as good a setup guy as there was in the league. And really the same kind of start this year.
You know, the Reds bullpen doesn't really get talked about that much, but they have done extremely well.
Well, they've been very busy.
That they have.
They've thrown more innings than any bullpen in the league, and now it's time for the Just for Men Keep Your Edge spotlight. Just as the bullpen gives the Reds the edge, you too can keep your edge with Just for Men mustache and beard. Now, you talk about the innings, that's a problem, and Dusty Baker will tell you that it needs to come down. But the opponent batting average, you see, fourth best in the league, and that's where the ERA. And in a bullpen early in the year can be very misleading, the earned run average numbers, because the 5 or 6 primary guys they have down there, nobody's hitting.
Right, and you know that first number where the innings pitched, when that's at 1 and the ERA's at 9, that's all right, because when you're getting that many innings, you're bound to have a bad inning or two here. And what that does is that just inflates the ERA. You have one bad outing in the bullpen, and that really, that could put the wood to you for the whole year statistically.
You look at a game like last night, and the Reds will tell you those are the kinds of games that if they could be involved in more of them, which they have not because of their very streaky and oftentimes poor starting pitching, they're going to win a lot of games. Starter comes out after 6. They bring in guys like Arredondo, Andrusic, Massick, Cordero, Braid, Chapman when he's back, and they're shutting down the opponent. There's a base hit in the right by Tony Gwynn Jr., who comes off the Dodger bench. Little one-out single. That's the one thing you got to say about this Dodger pen. I mean, all the guys they've had hurt, the youngsters they have brought up have really thrown the ball very, very well.
Right. There's no question. They have some arms down there, and look at that. Some of these younger guys have been thrust into roles right now that they're probably not ready for, but because of the needs at the big league level, they've got to come up and answer the bell.
Troncoso getting loose in the bullpen. There you see the numbers statistically, and they're not pretty. They have a lot of guys, as Eric mentioned, extremely young down there. That's perfect hit and run baseball. Jamie Carroll shoots one into right center field, and Gwynn will advance on to third. So the Dodgers trying to make some noise here in the 8th. Been a good day for Carroll, a 3-hit game.
Well, again, you can't say enough about Jamie Carroll and what he's meant to this Dodger ball club last year, this year. Again, not expected to be a starter, but both cases, because of injuries, thrust into that starting role and has done an exceptional job.
Well, now you have runners on the corners, only 1 out, and you're a batter away from getting to the very teeth of this Dodger order. Aaron Miles, a sac fly RBI in the 3rd inning. Ball 1. There's a base hit into center field. That makes it a 7-3 game. Ball is bobbled by Stubbs. So that'll be an RBI single, and then an error allowing the runner to go to third. And all of a sudden, the Dodgers have a heartbeat here in the 8th inning, down by 4, but only 1 out in the inning.
Well, just gets by Phillips, and then you see Stubbs takes his eye off it. Allows Carroll to get to third base.
Well, that's all for Massett. They're going to bring in their left-hander Bill Bray from the bullpen to face a left-handed batting Andre Ethier. Dodgers not finished quite yet. To make it a 7-3 game, Andre Ethier coming up, and on the pitch, left-hander Bill Bray. Reds had 3 left-handers in their bullpen when the year began. They're down to 1. And Bray misses to Ethier, ball 1.
Well, Ethier hasn't had a lot of success against left-handers this year, hitting at a 200 clip. No home runs, only 6 RBIs.
2-0. Well, the Dodgers are one more base runner away from bringing the tying run to the plate. And that's a big bat standing in that on-deck circle, who's already homered today, Matt Kemp. And now he's a pitch away from coming to the plate. Well, they called that a strike. I beg your pardon. There you see the numbers that Eric referred to for Ethier against the left-handers. Two and 2.
I can tell you, as a hitter right now, Ethier is frustrated. He's got to get himself composed because, as you mentioned, it was a 2-0 count. The pitch looked like it was off the plate. Instead of being 3-0, you're 2-1. You're swinging a pitch out of the zone. Now it's 2-2. And that one pitch changes the complexion of the AB.
Ray shaking off Ramon Hernandez. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Ethier. And he walks in to bring Kemp to the plate. And that'll prompt another visit to the mound. Bray comes in to face one batter, can't get him out. And after the pitching change, Matt Kemp will be coming to the plate with the bases loaded, representing the tying run here in the Dodger 8th inning. Still waiting for the official signal to be given by Dusty Baker, but it is coming, and there it is. Well, 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 things getting interesting all of a sudden. Logan Ondrusek trots in from the bullpen. Matt Kemp coming up. It's amazing, Eric Karros, how quickly games can change. Just look at the last 3 innings of this game alone.
Well, you thought this was going to be a pitching duel. Now it's turned into a barn burner offensively. The Dodgers, they couldn't ask for a better situation right now. Their best hitter up with the bases loaded, and they're down by 4.
And on the pitch is Logan Ondrusek. He has been sensational out of the Reds bullpen. Made their club a year ago out of Shiner, Texas. But he faces Kemp, who takes outside for ball 1.
Kemp having a nice day. Hit close to .330 this year, too, with runners in scoring position. Been very disciplined at the plate in these situations.
In the air. Left center field. Did he get enough? Kemp has tied the game with a grand slam to erase what was a 5-run Cincinnati lead coming into this 8th inning. Three hits, 2 home runs, and 5 knocked in today for Matt Kemp. And this sellout crowd is stunned.
Matt Kemp has decided to pick up this Dodger ball club and put them on his back. I mean, just a tremendous day so far. But very disciplined up there, waiting for the pitch. Didn't offer it, and that's where he's really excelled this year. He's played within himself, and it sounds easy to talk about, but it's very difficult to do. I mean, as the base is loaded, you're in an excitable situation up there at the plate. You're fired up. You want to make something happen. And you can't say enough about his growth this year as a ball player.
That is only the 3rd one allowed by Ondrusek. The league was hitting .173 against him so far this year. But Masick comes in, allows 3 hits and a run. Bray walks the only batter he faces, which allowed the tying run to come to the plate. And Kemp mashes one to left center field, and just like that, a 7-2 game is now 7 apiece. Two and 2 on Casey Blake.
Well, this pitch up and out over the plate. You watch from the side, you see Kemp just rotates, stays behind the ball when he's making contact. Man, that's pretty.
So the starters, in Kershaw's case, taken off the hook. He allowed 6 runs earned in 6 2/3 innings, and of course all that came over the final 2 innings. But Johnny Cueto has a splendid outing spoiled as Blake is gone on strikes. Cueto allows 2 runs in 7 innings, but now a no decision. Third time Kemp, his very young career, has hit 2 or more home runs in a game. And now James Loney. Ball 1. Ball and a strike to Loney. Now all of a sudden the Reds are taking a look at the bottom of the 8th inning. And they'll have the heart of the order coming up. Votto, Rowland, and Jay Bruce. And we'll see what Don Mattingly elects to do, knowing he has one left-hander in his bullpen. But you go lefty, righty, lefty. Mattingly was saying earlier today, though, he believes that Elbert can get right-handers out just like the left-handers. I would assume we'll see him.
Yeah, you have to bring in Elbert and let him go at all 3.
Soft single in the right, so the Dodgers have the go-ahead run aboard.
That's what's been so puzzling, especially as of late with his Dodger offense. They went through a stretch against Florida and Colorado, 23 runs in 3 games. You know, prior to that, they went 9 games, only 25 runs. They come here, you know, they don't have 1 run yesterday, and then, you know, out of nowhere, we got 7 runs. And there hasn't been the consistency yet this year.
Now Sands more than capable of giving the Dodgers a 2-run lead with 1 crack of the bat. He looks at ball 1 away. Well, this crowd has been stunned silent. There was an early celebration going on. A lot happening. Well, Reds got 4 runs to take the lead in the 6th inning. 3 more to widen the lead. And this one in the air for Bruce, and that'll end the inning. But the Dodgers strike for 5, including a grand slam to tie it from Matt Kemp. by Chrysler, imported from Detroit. By Viagra. And by Valvoline Next Gen. Rookie left-hander Scott Elbert on to pitch in the Dodger bullpen. All of a sudden, we have a ball game. Reds led 7-2 before the Dodgers came to bat in the top of this 8th inning, and they tie the game. Elbert came on to face Votto last night and struck him out on 3 pitches. And he's ahead 0-2. Votto broke a 1-1 tie with a 3-run home run to the seats and right back in the 6th inning off Clayton Kershaw. Dodgers got 1 run back in the 7th inning to make it a 4-2 game on a home run by Kemp. But then the Reds scored 3, and you thought pretty much icing on the cake in the bottom of the 7th inning. Not to be.
Well, you know, it's interesting. You go back to that play, Andre Ethier throwing out Jay Bruce at the plate. It was a great throw. And you think, it's only 1 run right there, but gets him off the plate a little bit. You think it's only 1 run, but I've heard a lot of guys say you never know which run is going to be the winning run, and that could have been it. This ball up and in, not really as close as it appeared. Andre Ethier made that strong throw.
2-2 on Votto. Struck him out. That's a big out for Elbert to begin this bottom of the 8th.
You go up and in with the fastball and then come back with that slider low and away. Very difficult for the hitter.
Through the front 5 innings, the teams had combined for 1 run. Kershaw had struck out 9 batters in the first 5 innings. Well, look what's happened over the last 2.5 innings. 13 of the 14 runs scored. Scott Elbert, of course, knows all about the tornado, the terrible tornado that hit Joplin, Missouri. He was born in Joplin, Missouri, and grew up in Seneca at the Seneca High School. He was signed by a longtime major league player, I believe a former teammate of yours, if I remember right, Mitch Webster.
Mitch Webster did play outfield for the Dodgers. Scouting now for the Blue.
1-2 to Roland. And that's in the air and playable for Kemp. 2 out. Fox Sports is proud to support Stand Up to Cancer and the work to fund groundbreaking research that helps accelerate treatment to patients. Stand up for someone you love. Visit standup2cancer.org/Fox Sports to learn more. We talked about Elbert coming on to strike out Votto last night. He also got Jay Bruce on a pop-up to short. 0-1. Bruce at the top or near the top in every major offensive category among all National Leaguers. After a monster month of May following a very slow April. And it's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for the rookie Elbert. So we go to the 9th. The Dodgers and Reds are tied at 7. Top of the 9th inning, we're tied at 7 after the Dodgers scored 5 times in the 8th inning. Highlighted by a game-tying grand slam from Matt Kemp. And now on the pitch, began the year on the disabled list, has come all the way back from Tommy John surgery, the former Angel, Jose Arredondo. He had a great year for Mike Scioscia in 2008, and I mean a great year out of their bullpen. Then in 09, began to have some elbow problems, was put on the DL. That one's popped up into left field, and Heisey is there for out number 1. And then the Reds signed him, knowing that when they signed him, that he would undergo Tommy John surgery done by the Reds doctor Timothy Kremchek here in Cincinnati, and here he is all the way back.
Well, they were taking a gamble on that electric stuff that they saw with the Angels, and he looks to be back. Power arm. Could bridge that gap from the middle relief to the closer.
Well, here's a man who started that 5-run rally. And really you thought, okay, a 1-out pinch hit single by Tony Gwynn Jr. And, you know, what's that going to lead to? Well, it led to 5.
Now, if you're a Dodger fan, you look at this and, oh, man, it's the 9th inning. See, they've been outscored 43-10 in the 9th inning this season. 43-10. I mean, that when I saw that, I said, nah, it's got to be some sort of typo.
Took the words right out of my mouth. That's one of those numbers you say, there's no way that's right. Well, he knows it's right. Saw some guy a little while ago walking around with an Eric Karros jersey on. Old number 23.
It's my brother. Told him to wear it. But you're right, though. Going back, you know, Tony Gwynn Jr. getting that base hit a few innings last inning. You know, but then you got to the top of the lineup, Carroll and Miles, and they're going to give you good at-bats. They're going to battle, and then you get to the middle of the lineup, which those are the guys that really have carried this ball club this year, Ethier and Kemp.
Two and two the count on Gwynn. And Arredondo wondering where in the world that missed.
Well, if you're pitching, you want that pitch, and if you're hitting, that's clearly low. Very simple.
3-2 now to Gwynn Jr. So fair ball to Votto. 2 out. It's nice to see that Tony Gwynn Sr. is starting to do better. Of course, he got diagnosed with cancer, has been through treatments for the better part of the entire winter and spring. In fact, I think he made an appearance the other night at Dodger Stadium to come in and see his son play. Of course, he's still the head baseball coach at his alma mater, San Diego State University.
Yep, the Aztecs. Well, this is a guy that's really had a ball game for the Dodgers today. Every at bat, he's up there battling. If you pitch against him, he's just a pest.
Talked earlier, when the Dodgers come into Cincinnati, a lot of friends and family, both for the manager, Don Mattingly, and for Jamie Carroll, both hailing from Evansville, Indiana, and both with a lot of friends and family over this 3-game weekend series. Carroll came into the game to replace the injured for a call last night, making the start here today. 3 hits, a run scored.
I'll tell you, Jamie Carroll's got to call Ned Colletti, the general manager of the Dodgers, and redo that deal that he signed, because he signed to be a utility guy here, to fill in, to spot start. This guy's run out there every single day.
And he'll be run out there a lot more. We'll call back on the disabled list again today after the injury last night. Now they're hoping to have Juan Uribe. There was some talk about him coming back tomorrow. It looks like they're going to wait until Monday when the team goes from Cincinnati to Philadelphia. 3-2. Two-out walk to Carroll. He's on base for the 4th time. Reminder, next Saturday we'll see these Reds again. Eric and I will be in San Francisco. The Giants to take on Cincinnati, or the Cubs and the Phillies from Philadelphia. Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Sprint begins 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. Check local listings for the game and start time where you are. Miles lays it down, and you can't do it any better than that. Been a good day for Miles as well. 2 hits, 2 runs batted in. And those guys at the top have done the job.
We see all he needs to do is get the ball down. Scott Rowland conceding the bunt. You mentioned, you know, we talked about at the top of the show that keeping the top of this order quiet would be a key to the Reds winning this ball game, and weren't able to do so. You know, you always want to focus on the big guys, but it's really keeping the guys around the big guys off the bases.
And much like you talked about, the Drew Stubbs walk in the 4-run 6th inning as maybe being the biggest batter against Kershaw. Yeah, Votto homered, and yeah, Phillips knocked in a run, but arguably Ethier's at bat, and you see his numbers against right-handers. But we told you against lefties he was hitting quite poorly so far this year. But when the Reds left-hander Bill Bray came in to face him with 2 on and 1 out, and still with a 4-run lead, Ethier drew the walk, which allowed Kemp to represent the tying run at the plate, and you know what he did.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You know, the 2 biggest at-bats today were walks by guys that basically had 0 success against the pitching that they were facing.
And this inning could turn out to be the biggest batter, a 2-out walk to Jamie Carroll. Depending on what Ethier does, or if the inning goes any further behind it. Because Arredondo retired the first 2 hitters in this inning quickly and rather easily. But then a walk to Jamie Carroll, a bunt hit by Miles, and here's one of the best hitters in the league in a tie game with 2 on. Fastball upright by Ethier there. It's 2-2.
This just shows you the kind of electric stuff that Arredondo has. As a hitter, 2-1, you're sitting on a fastball and still able to get it by you.
Reds will bat in the bottom of the 9th in a 7-7 game. Scott Elbert after a 1-2-3 eighth inning where he barely broke a sweat. And he'll start the bottom of the ninth inning. 7-7 game. Miguel Cairo, the announced pinch hitter, and as soon as he's announced, Don Mattingly's going to come get Elbert and bring in a right-hander from his bullpen. You have 3 straight right-handed batters due up in the Reds' ninth. So an excellent job by Elbert. He leaves with a perfect inning. Matt Guerrier will come on from the bullpen. Stars will gather in the Arizona desert. Fox brings you every thrilling moment from a 2011 Major League Baseball All-Star game. Our coverage begins Tuesday, July the 12th from Phoenix, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on Fox. The National League, of course, ending that long losing streak on the 3-run double by MVP Brian McCann. Matt Guerrier has been very busy. His 29th appearance out of the LA bullpen. And Miguel Cairo is batting for Arredondo. Cairo has been an excellent pickup for this Cincinnati team. Many wondered how much baseball he had left. Well, he had an outstanding year last year, and for the first time in his career, got a 2-year contract during the offseason. This one has popped up into right field. Easy for Ethier. 1 out. Of course, Ramon Hernandez has had a lot of big moments here in Cincinnati. You go back to opening day this year when the Reds were down like the Dodgers were down here today against the Milwaukee Brewers. Brewers brought in a non-save situation their closer, a very good one from a year ago, John Axford. And after the Reds had scored once, they had 2 aboard for Ramon Hernandez. He sent him home dancing in the streets. This bunt will roll foul. That is not nearly as dramatic as this on opening day. To the opposite field in a 7-6 win.
Well, he hit one last week to right field against Craig Kimbrell, the Atlanta Braves. The only thing now, though, is if he does get a hold one, that'll be Guerrier's first home run that he's allowed this year. You know, I think the fact that he just tried to bunt tells you that I'm not so sure I'm going to square one up here against this guy.
Base hit center field. Got a fastball right down the can, and he didn't miss it. Hernandez has been around a long time. He is still a solid player.
Well, he really is, and Dusty's used him in the right way. You look at his numbers and you say, oh, man, he should be playing every single day. But it's because Dusty has rested him, picked his spots against who he plays against. He's been very productive.
Well, they bring in a member of their starting rotation, Southern California native Mike Leake. Pitched collegiately, of course, at Arizona State University. His next scheduled start is on Tuesday night, Monday night. Reds have the winning run aboard with one out. Here in the bottom of the ninth inning, and Paul Giannis the batter. Dodger infield on the corners guarding the line. Blake right on the third base bag, and Loney holding on the runner at first. So a lot of open spaces in that Dodger infield.
Well, and you know, I think Dusty would probably like to do something with Giannis. I mean, you know, whether it's hitting and running or moving the guy from first. But the problem is you have a pitcher at first base. And so basically you've got to sit there and basically let Giannis swing the bat.
On Paul Giannis, and he pops it up. 2 out. You know, I've always wondered, Eric, at the end of the day, I mean, there's no debate who wins a foot race between Mike Leake and Ramon Hernandez, but I've always wondered if the lack of experience as a base runner, you know, if it really the difference in speed makes up the difference. You know what I mean?
I would take the smarter base runner. I really would, because I think there's nuances that you can pick up that get you from first to second or first to third quicker than somebody that can just run fast. But when you put a pitcher out on the base paths, you know, they haven't practiced running the bases, watching the ball off the bat. And you know where it really becomes apparent? Is when the American League teams play in National League ballparks, and those American League pitchers have to get on the bases. We watched last year Clay Buchholz blow out his knee running from first to second. Ching-Ming Wang a few years ago, basically in his career.
Chris Heisey, the batter, winning run at first. You know, everything from reading the outfielders. You know, even a guy like Ramon Hernandez, he's going to take part in a scouting report to know who throws well in the outfield.
Well, and taking leads off of first or leads off of second with guys holding you on.
0-1 to Heisey. He had a pinch hit 2-run single. And that 3-run Cincinnati seventh, when it looked like that inning pretty much put this game out of reach. It put the Reds ahead at the time 7-2. But who would have known the Dodgers would score 5 times in the 8th inning to tie the game? One and 2 on Heisey. Heisey, the Reds minor league player of the year 2 years ago. Last year tied a franchise record for pinch hit home runs in a season. That's something you rarely see from a young player. And he's hoping for his chance to become a regular player. Jam shot, and Kemp is there. We're on our way to extra innings, Eric Karros. 2 weeks in a row. Kemp will lead it off in a 7-7 game. Ramon Hernandez behind the plate. And the Reds are going to bring in their closer, who picked up his 11th save and 13 tries last night, Francisco Cordero. And I mean, right into the fire. The first man he'll face is Matt Kemp. A solo home run to make it a 4-2 game in the 7th. Down 7-3 in the 8th. A grand slam to left center field. 3 hits, 4 times on base, and 5 knocked in.
Well, and you see him behind the ball. What I mean by that, the barrel of the bat out front. He's behind the ball. What do I mean behind the ball? You look, you see there he is. There's the bat right there. That's where you're at your strongest point. Matt Kemp, he doesn't even need to be at his strongest point, and he can hit the ball out of the park. That one, man, no question. Should buy him a ticket to Arizona right now.
Well, 2 of the outfielders in this game today, that's for sure, between Kemp and Bruce.
Yep.
And, of course, Bruce nowhere on the radar as far as the fan balloting is concerned. When the first round of it came out, Kemp was number 5. Now, they've arguably been the two of the best players in the league. Certainly Lance Berkman would fit into that conversation as well, his first year as a Cardinal.
Yeah, Berkman having a great year. Ryan Braun over in Milwaukee as well. Got a lot to choose from this year in that National League outfield.
3-2 on Kemp.
You know, I like bringing in Cordero in this situation. I mean, you don't have anything to save him for. This is really the Dodgers' inning to score.
Kemp retired for the first time today.
You see this just off speed drops the last minute.
The Dodgers are perfect in extra inning games this year, 4-0. The Reds started the year 4-0 in extra inning games, have lost their last 2. And if there is one team going through a stretch right now of baseball, the last thing in the world they want to see is yet another extra inning game. It would be the Cincinnati Reds. 2 days ago, they had their first off day in 3 weeks. And they are in the midst of a stretch where they play 33 games in 34 days. And included in that, a 19-inning game in Philadelphia last week.
Well, and then don't forget last Saturday, the Reds decided to play, I believe it was 12 innings.
Yep.
And it just wears on you. It wears on the bullpen.
Especially a bullpen that's already been overtaxed through the first 2 months of the year. Three balls and a strike on Casey Blake. And there's a 1-out walk. Well, don't forget tomorrow NASCAR on Fox returns. Greg Biffle trying to win his second straight race at the Kansas Speedway. NASCAR Sprint Cup Racing from Kansas City, presented by True Grit on DVD, returns tomorrow with a pre-race show delivered by Pizza Hut, 12:30 Eastern Time, 9:30 a.m. Pacific, in high definition on Fox. 1 on, 1 out, 7-7 game. We're in the 10th inning. They're also in the 10th inning in St. Louis. Cardinals and the Cubs are tied at 4. And the Giants come to bat in the bottom of the 9th inning, trailing the Rockies 2-1. Those are our 3 games today. Major League Baseball on Fox, presented by Sprint. It's a long, long time ago since a Dodger team has come back from the 7th inning or later, trailing by 5 or more.
I remember that game. Actually, I don't remember that game.
Well, you were in it.
Yeah, I mean, I was in it, but I don't remember it. That's a long time ago. And you would have never have thought with this club, the way that they perform offensively, the lack of consistency with all the injuries. But hats off to them. It's the one thing about this ball club this year. They have continued the battle.
All of a sudden, the crowd getting a little itchy after Cordero walks Casey Blake with 1 out. He's fallen behind Loney. 2 balls and no strikes. Loney singled in that 8th inning. Way out in front there. 2-1. Cordero 3 days ago became a 22nd pitcher in Major League history to earn a 300th career save. I mean, by comparison, there are more players in the history of the game. And think about how much longer hits, home runs have been around than the save, which really wasn't invented, of course, until the late 60s, early 70s. But there are more players that have 3,000 hits. There are more players that have 500 home runs than there are pitchers with 300 saves. There goes a runner, got a huge jump, and just above our booth.
Well, remember, too, when you talk about that, the saves, you know, guys used to not want to give up the ball. They try to throw 9 innings. And it really didn't become in vogue, really, the last 20 years, of that 1 inning, go out there. And, you know, even those guys, Raleigh Fingers and Goose Gossage, those were 2-3 inning saves.
2-2 on Loney. He muscles one fouling out of play.
It's just a lot of body in that swing. You know, and that's the thing. Loney is a hands hitter. You know, just throw the hands, but when he tries to muscle up and the body's going out to right field, it slows him down. It's counterproductive. You know, but I think he feels like he can drive the ball farther, he can hit for more power. Just put the barrel of the bat on the ball.
Well, he does here, a little bit off the end of the bat. And Stubbs will race in to get it. The runner was going on the pitch, and this will be a double play. Got it off the end. And Blake never picked up the ball. That play was right in front of him. Top of the order coming up for the Reds. We're tied at 7. As Cincinnati bats in the bottom of the 10th inning. Longtime Dodger, played many years with the Reds, now back with the Dodgers. Juan Castro takes over at second, moving from second base over to third base. He is Aaron Miles. And all of this part of a double switch with the rookie Javi Aguirre, 25-year-old, brought up from Double-A. He takes over on the mound, replacing Guerrier.
Well, again, another case where, while there's got a nice arm out there on the mound, I'm not really sure that he's ready to be in the big leagues. But because of the needs of the Dodgers, they've had to call upon him, and he's done a nice job so far.
Top of the order for Cincinnati. Drew Stubbs, 1 out of 3. His walk scored, knocked in a run with a double. And the Reds are getting a look at all of these young Dodger pitchers for the first time. They saw Elbert last night. Looked great last night. Looked great again today. They did not see Guerra in the opener of this series last night. Stubbs. Of course, Vicente Padilla out, Jansen out, Quo out, Broxton out, Hawksworth out. All big parts of that Dodger bullpen. Before this season ever began, they thought they were going to get Padilla back as early as today. But all of a sudden his neck's bothering him again.
And that's the same problem that he had last year. It knocked him out at the end of the year. Again, these minor league guys are getting opportunities. And you know, I remember the longtime third base coach of the Dodgers, Joey Amalfitano. He used to say that a big leaguer is just a minor leaguer with an opportunity. And he's right. These guys are getting opportunities. They're getting their chance to compete at the big league level. For the most part, they've been holding their own.
2-2 to Stubbs. Struck him out.
You always like to do that as a hitter. You'd say, oh, no, I fouled that off. That's why it bounced. Hunter Windelstedt not having any of that. I mean, the only way I think he would have hit it is after it bounced. He was a good 8 inches away from that ball.
Yeah, you need an oar to hit that.
Yeah, well, you know, you try anything. Hopefully try and get another swing.
Now Brandon Phillips.
Or
1 out of 4 in the game. He had a game-time single, driving in the Reds' first run in the 6th. What a bottom falls out of that from Guerra.
And he's rushing that up there, too. And it has all the action of a split finger, which, when thrown correctly, I mean, for me as a hitter, that was the most difficult pitch to hit.
We're out of Denton, Texas. Originally selected in the 4th round back in 2004. Well, you think he went to high school in Texas? The name of his high school was Billy Ray High School. That's got Texas written all over it. Two balls and a strike on Phillips. They brought Guerra all the way up from Double-A Chattanooga, as Eric mentioned, where he had a chance to close a number of games for the Lookouts. Two and one on Brandon Phillips. I'm sure Dusty Baker is still stunned at what happened back in that Dodger 8th inning after the Reds scored 4 in the 6th, 3 more in the 7th to open a 7-2 lead. A normally very reliable bullpen that simply blew up in a 5-run 8th inning. Massett retired the first batter in the 8th inning with a 5-run lead. But then a pinch hit single by Gwynn, a hit and run single by Carroll, RBI single by Miles. In came Bray to face Ethier, a walk to load the bases. And against Logan Ondrusek, Matt Kemp tied the game with a grand slam in a 5-run 8th. And Phillips aboard, carrying the winning run with 1 out in the 10th inning, and Votto coming up.
That's Joey Votto in the 6th inning off Clayton Kershaw. The 3-run shot really opened the ball game. Look from there like the Reds were going to cruise. This is interesting though right now. You got the runner on first and Phillips. When you're in that quandary, do you run him, you get him down there to second, or do you let Votto hit with that right side of the infield open? I think you've got to keep him put at first base. If you do run him, you get him down to second. Not going to throw to Votto. Roland comes up. You're 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning.
Phillips over at first base, held on by Loney. And it's ball 1 to Votto. Now Phillips, because of where he has had to hit in the batting order very early in his Reds career, he's batting in the middle of the lineup, but he was running all the time. 30-30 guy a couple of times, 30 or more home runs, 30 or more stolen bases in the same year. Now this year, because Scott Rowland spent so much time on the DL, Phillips batted in the cleanup spot and has not been running nearly as frequently as in the past. 2-0 on Votto. He's only 4 out of 5 in stolen base tries. Well, now Votto looking for something to hammer here. 2-0. There's a big pitch for Guerra.
Yeah, you don't give him anything good to hit. I mean, this almost sounds ridiculous, but not that you're going to put him on right here. But again, I don't give him anything good to hit. I'll take my chances first and second going against the right-handed hitting Scott Rowland rather than try and throw something over the plate here to Joey Votto.
Well, you'll get an idea right here because Votto will swing the bat on a 3-0 count if he likes where the pitch is. Takes, making the youngster throw him a strike. 3-1. On Joey Votto, winning run at first. Big swing and a miss. Well, you've come all the way back from 3-0.
Garrett just throws it right down the middle. Powers it right past Votto. You do it 3-1, you got to do it 3-2.
Well, Phillips certainly will be running on a 3-2 pitch. And here it comes to Joey Votto. And he walked it. And Phillips thought about it, slams on the brakes, and goes diving back into second base. And he was paying attention all the way when that pitch got away from Navarro.
You see Phillips running. He's got his head looking towards the hitter. Recognizes the ball, gets away. He's thinking about it, but makes the right decision. Hustles back to second base.
Well, now the entire Dodger infield, along with a battery of Guerra and Navarro, will gather around pitching coach Rick Honeycutt, who comes out to visit the mound. Reds have the winning run at second. Phillips a runner there. Votto after the walk is at first. One out, and Scott Rowland coming up.
Well, and Scott Rowland, 2 RBI last night. He'd gone through a stretch where he'd gone 8 games, hadn't driven in a run. Going to get his opportunity here.
Well, you can guarantee Rowland's going to get pitches to hit in this at bat, knowing who's standing in the on-deck circle, and of course the situation being with 2 on.
Well, remember, he had the game winner last night. May do it again today.
Rowland hitless in 4 at bats today. On the first pitch, breaking ball. It took a little something off his regular fastball. 0-1 to Rowland.
That's the one thing so far that we've seen from Guerra. Everything has movement.
A 301st pitch coming up. We're in the bottom of the 10th. Off the end of the bat, and this will be run down by Kemp. Well, a hitless afternoon for Rowland. And here comes Jay Bruce. Now, you rarely ever see it done, but it makes you wonder, would you even consider walking Bruce to put the winning run at third, knowing that you have a right-handed batter and Ryan Hannigan, who's not had an at-bat in a game today, on deck?
Well, there's 2 schools of thought. You've got a young pitcher out there. We just saw throw a ball that got away from Navarro. So would you put that onus on him by loading the bases and then him forcing him to be perfect? But I agree with you. If I've got a veteran pitcher, I'd walk Jay Bruce right now and go after the next hitter. Because what's going to be difficult, it's the old, well, go after him, but don't give him anything good to hit. What is that? Either walk him or go after him.
Bruce only 1 of 4 today. Had a single back in his 7th inning. Was thrown out of the plate by Andre Ethier in that inning. Off speed on pitch number 1 for ball 1. Of course, there are far more ways a runner can score from third than from second. But if you get back to what you hear the cliche every day, I'm not going to let X beat me, whoever X is. And with the Reds right now, X is Jay Bruce. So we'll see if he gets to pitch to hit in this at bat with a winning run at second and 2 outs here in the last of the 10th inning.
I sleep better if Hannigan beats me rather than Jay Bruce. That's the bottom line.
Bruce, a National League's Player of the Month in May. Well, he got a pitch to hit right there. Well located pitch at 90 miles per hour. He fouls off his foot.
As we mentioned, every pitch that Guerra throws, there's movement. I mean, there's nothing straight. So if you haven't seen a guy, never faced him, and as a hitter you're going up there for the first time, ball's moving all over the place, advantage pitcher. Two on, 2 out, 7-7 game.
And there's a soft one hopper. What a job by Guerra. Taking care of Bruce Stranding, too, and we go to the 11th in a 7-7 game. Eleventh inning from Great American Ballpark here in downtown Cincinnati, and Carlos Fisher comes on to pitch for the Reds. If there is one young man maybe on this entire team who has earned respect from his teammates unlike any other, it would be Carlos Fisher. In that 19-inning loss in Philadelphia, he came on in the 14th inning. As a guy that was your closer for your AAA team, he threw 95 pitches in 5 2/3 innings. He got the loss. But from that moment on, he has earned so much respect from his mates. He came back 3 days later, the 12-inning game last Saturday, Eric, that you and I did in Atlanta. And he got the loss in that game. Needless to say, was running on fumes.
You know, it seems like if it's extra innings, he's going to get the call.
Lined into right field, and that'll fall in a base hit. Juan Castro is first at bat of the afternoon, and he's aboard representing the go-ahead run. But what a job by Guerra there in the bottom half of the 10th inning. He allowed a single to Phillips, walked Votto, and then Guerra takes care of Rolen and Bruce to get out of the inning.
He really did a fine job. You see the young right-hander.
Well, now asked to bunt is Navarro. And he'll advance the runner. Fisher throws on to Phillips. And now the Dodgers have the go-ahead run in scoring position. Young Javi Guerra has never won a major league game. You see 5 players remaining left for the two teams. And all of the damage almost exclusively outside of the first run of the game by the Dodgers in the 3rd inning. Done from the bottom of the 6th through the top of the 8th. 13 of the 14 runs were scored in those 4 half innings. And Tony Gwynn Jr., the guy who ignited the 5-run Dodger rally in the 8th inning with a pinch hit, 1-out single. 1-1. There's a base hit into left field. And they're going to hold Castro at third as Heisey comes up with the ball in left. So Tony Gwynn Jr.'s come off the bench. He's having a real hard time collecting hits all year. And now he's 2 out of 3 in the game.
Yeah, nice at bat by Gwynn. Nice play by Heisey out in left field, though. Watching him charge the ball immediately when it came off the bat, because he was able to get to it quickly. Third base coach Tim Wallach was forced to hold Juan Castro at third. Really a nice job. You know, those are the little things that they get overlooked, but they can win or lose you a ball game.
Well, now a meeting on the mound involving the shortstop Giannis, the second baseman Phillips, and the battery of Hannigan and Fisher. And here comes Jamie Carroll, who's been right in the thick of everything today for the Dodgers. He's been on base 4 times, including 3 hits and a run scored.
Well, with all the types of players that Don Mattingly has out on the base paths and at the plate, he's got a lot of things he can do. He can put guys in motion. He can hit and run. Guys aren't trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark. It'd be very difficult for the Reds to defend.
Well, they played hit and run with Carroll back in the 8th inning with Gwynn at first base. And he shot one through into right center field to advance Gwynn on to third.
Now you see Jamie Carroll, runners in scoring position this year, hitting 133.
Well, if there's anybody on your team that you might consider putting down a squeeze, I mean, Carroll, a fundamental player, certainly has been asked to bunt more times than not as a sacrifice in his career.
Got a young pitcher on the mound. And as I said, Don Mattingly has a number of different things that he can do right now.
You know, not always it's, you know, did you win? Sometimes it's how you won. And the same thing when you lose. It's not always if you lose, it's how you lose. And the Reds feel like a couple of nights ago they got the big home run from Votto to beat Milwaukee and run them out of town with 2 out of 3 wins in the series. And there's another hit for Carroll, and the Dodgers have taken an 8-7 lead. And just starting to say the other way, should the Reds lose this kind of game, it could be the kind of game that sends you the other way.
Right, it's 180 degrees from that win that you had the other night against Milwaukee. Well, this one again, it seemed like it was in the bag. You're cruising along. You've got a 5-run lead. You're going against an offense the Dodgers have struggled. This pitch just gets way too much of the plate. Again, Carroll, one of those pesky hitters.
What a game for Jamie Carroll, filling in for the injured for a call, who got hurt again last night. And now this pitch is blistered into right by Miles, and it's up against the wall. They're going to wave around the runner. Gwynn, he will score, and Aaron Miles and Jamie Carroll have done major damage today, and that base hit by Miles makes it a 2-run Dodger lead. 3 RBIs today for Aaron Miles, who had 10 batted in all year.
This pitch in, up in the zone, and another foot or two, and that ball's out of the ballpark. Jay Bruce holds Aaron Miles to a long single. Tony Gwynn Jr., 2 huge hits today for this Dodger ball club, and there, Jamie Carroll.
Yeah, you brought it up earlier. I mean, obviously, tomorrow, should the Dodgers win this game, a guy like Matt Kemp, a major superstar in the makings, he's going to get, you know, an unbelievable amount of publicity for knocking in 5 runs, tying the game with a grand slam, and all of it is deserved.
Right.
But as you pointed out before the game ever began, and you know, about keeping those guys in front of Kemp off the base pass, you just can't say enough about Carroll, about Miles, and about Gwynn, and the 3 of them combined won't get the pub tomorrow that Kemp will get.
No, you're exactly right. You know, and that's what will be key for this Dodger ball club as they move forward.
And that one thrown into center field. That'll bring in a 3rd run in the inning on what should have been an inning-ending double play. And this crowd that has hung in there almost the entire afternoon, a sellout crowd at that. Not happy at all with what has transpired from the 8th inning on. Fielder's choice RBI there for Ethier. You can't assume a double play.
He just launches that thing into center field. Almost tries to guide it. Not an easy play, but an expected play.
And now Kemp. A single in the 2nd, a walk in the 4th, a solo home run in the 7th inning. And then the game-tying grand slam in the 8th. He struck out against Cordero in the 10th. And who knows what kind of win this could be for the Dodgers should they nail this thing down. And nothing's a 100% guarantee, with the Reds still one more crack at them.
Well, the one thing about the Dodgers, they'll feel good about themselves. But again, the reality is they've got a lot of injuries they're dealing with.
Right.
You know, the Reds, on the other hand, you know, they get some momentum going. They've got the physical tools out there. I mean, there's no offensively, defensively, their staff starting to round into shape. I think that this game is more an anomaly for that Reds bullpen than the norm.
2-1 account on Kemp. And a broken bat to Votto. There's one, and nobody covering first base. Another mental error by Fisher allows another run to score. No guarantee they'd have doubled him up. But you sure can't double him up with nobody standing there.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're going to get Matt Kemp. He's one of the fastest guys out on that field. Votto makes a nice play. Look at it. Just boom. Gets it over there. And I think Fisher thought Votto was going to retreat back to the bag.
So a 4-run 11th inning for the Dodgers continues with Kemp at first. And they're going to let Guerra bat. Why not? He's got a chance to pick up his first major league win. They don't have a lot of closer right now.
Not a lot of options down there. And as you mentioned, Dick, Guerra threw extremely well. You know, and just as you mentioned, you know, this inning will get the focus of the Reds. Oh, Fisher didn't do this, or hey, they didn't make these plays. But go back to the 7-2 lead. That's where the game was lost. You know, unable to put the Dodgers away.
So Garrett digging in, and he takes high. 2 balls and a strike. Garrett got the first save of his major league career last Tuesday night. That was in a win over Colorado when he pitched a scoreless 9th inning.
Well, this is his first big league at bat. Guerra working the count, 3-1.
And he's drawn a walk. So things have gone from bad to worse for Carlos Fisher here in a 4-run 11th inning. And that's going to be all for Fisher. The Natives are restless, and you probably can't blame them. It's gotten ugly. He cannot complete the 11th inning. Dodgers have scored 4 against him. And a double switch made by Dusty Baker as Fred Lewis comes on to take over in left field, replacing Chris Heisey. And now on the mound, who just came up 1 week ago. We saw him make his major league debut, where he pitched well out of the bullpen and had a
RBI,
base hit,
right?
an RBI. Jeremy Horst. Well, he's on to face a left-handed batting James Loney. 4 in, 2 on, 2 out. They're playing a lot of baseball as well in St. Louis. The Cardinals and the Cubs are now in the 12th inning. And that game tied at 4. Colorado finishes off the Giants in a 2-1 final. And that means Arizona will get started in about 20 minutes from now as Horst is charged with a balk. The surprising Arizona Diamondbacks under former Dodger hero Kirk Gibson, with a win over Washington, could move into first in the National League West.
Yeah, Kevin Towers, the GM, doing a nice job. They've got on a hot streak now, catapulted themselves to the top of the division. You know, I think with the way the National League West, you know, it's been beset by injuries, it's still up for grabs for really any ball club.
Foul territory out of play, 2-1 to Loney. Let me take a look at the West standings, updated after the Giant loss and the Colorado win.
And you look at those clubs, you know, San Francisco, we know Buster Posey done for the year. Colorado, De La Rosa, really their top starter, he's gone for the year. You know, if you're the Dodgers, you're thinking, well, we got our guys coming back. Got 4 months to go. You got to try and be positive. I mean, that's the way Don Mattingly's looked at it. That's the way what he's preached to his ball club. It's a long season.
3-1 on loading. That's in the air, and this will do it, or should do it, as Lewis comes in to take over in right field. I beg your pardon. And it's 11-7 Dodgers. You go all the way back to the move from Brooklyn to Los Angeles in 1958. Today would be just the 4th game since that year the Dodgers would have won when trailing by 5 or more runs after 7 innings. That's remarkable.
Well, it really is. And then especially this club to do it, because, again, offensively, this team has been challenged this year. They don't have their starters, and guys are hurt.
Yeah, but you guys, I mean, your team, when you were there with Mike Piazza, among many others.
We did our one time. We did our one time.
You look at Dusty Baker's teams in the 1970s. I mean, you talk about loaded with offense. And when 4 guys hit, 30 home runs in a year.
Yeah.
All right, so now Guerra trying to nail down his first major league win. He needs 3 outs, and he has a 4-run lead. Ryan Hannigan to lead it off, followed by Fred Lewis. And then Paul Yanish. Guerra's fallen behind Hannigan 2-0. We had 40,000 plus here today when this game began nearly 4 hours ago. And many of them are going home not very happy. The Reds had a 7-2 lead before the Dodgers came to bat in the 8th inning. The Dodgers tied the game with 5 in the 8th and then break the tie with a 4-run 11th. 3-1. getting the 3-1 strike. Full count. While it's not a 5-run deficit as it was for the Dodgers here today, the Reds lead the major leagues this season, coming back from 3 or more runs down from the 7th inning on. So that has been an MO of theirs last year and again so far this year.
There's no question they've got the personnel, and in this ballpark you can put up 4 or 5 runs in a heartbeat. The bottom line, though, is if you're on the Reds right now, all you're trying to do is get down to first. Any way you can, just get to first. And they say you're passing the baton to the guy behind you.
Guerra with a 3-2 count on Hannigan. And we'll do it again. Guerra 3 outs away from his first major league win. 3-2 on Hannigan. And there's a base hit into right field. So now Fred Lewis will bat for the first time. He's coming on to replace Jay Bruce in a double switch when Forrest entered the game. Now some action starting out in that Dodger bullpen. Guerra allowed a hit and a walk in the 10th inning. It was a stressful inning. We were in a tie game, and he was facing the likes of Rolen and Bruce. Guerra got him out. But there was a lot of stress for the young right-hander in that last of the 10th inning, and here he is in the 11th. Allows a leadoff hit. It's 1-1.
Well, and remember, stress and then a lot of sitting as the Dodgers were scoring. See James Loney not even holding Hannigan at first. Again, all you're trying to do now is get outs.
Thrown all the way to the backstop. That takes a double play out of the mix. Well, you understand Albert Pujols hit his 50th career home run against the Chicago Cubs. He had one earlier in the game, his 49th, and his 50th wins it in extra innings. 50 against one team. What was the most you hit against a team? Do you remember? Now, you hit a lot of home runs.
Well, Colorado. I wore out Colorado. As you said, that field was a nice place to hit. But I want to say 30-something, 35, maybe 40. But, you know, the thing about what's special about what Pujols is doing is that's their rival. You know, I mean, that's you're going to do it against any club. You do it against the Cubs if you play for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Two and two to count on Lewis. Winner at second, nobody out here in the Reds 11th. And a bouncing ball. Loney, pretty slick defender down there. He'll get the out. Hannigan to third.
Well, a nice job by Garrett getting over there to first base as well. You saw last inning Cincinnati Reds pitcher Fisher unable to get over to first. He's got a lot of adrenaline going. The minute that ball's hit over there, he's breaking off the mound. She gives him an early target. Loney gets him the ball before he gets to the base.
Well, Donnie Mattingly is coming out, and he'll take the ball from Guerra, who is in line for his first major league win. He did a nice job.
Yeah, he really did. Came in and went through a tough part of the lineup and leaves with a 11-7 lead.
So an inning and a third allows a couple of hits, and Guerra in line for his first big league victory with help from the pen. Reds have a runner at third, one out, and the Dodgers with an 11-7 lead. Ramon Troncoso takes over on the mound, just brought back up again from the minor leagues. Pitched a lot of baseball for the Dodgers last year. He faces Paul Giannis for ball one.
And you wonder, why did Don Mattingly take out Guerra? You just don't want to burn him. You want to be able to use him in the next couple of days. So he goes to Troncoso.
52 games last year. Troncoso pitched for the Dodgers. 2 wins, 3 defeats. ERA slightly over 4.25. 1-1 to Giannis. And this should be the second out. A run will score, but the bases are empty. It's 11-8, and the Reds are down to their final out. So now Heisey, who came on in the 7th inning, had a pinch hit 2-run single. And then fly to center field, ending the 9th inning. What a good win this would be for this Dodger team. And what a long night it's going to be for the Reds team. Felt like coming back home after that very long, unsuccessful road trip. They opened this homestand by winning 2 out of 3 over Milwaukee. Won the series opener here last night and had a 7-2 lead going into the 8th inning today.
Against a Clayton Kershaw. You know, I mean, it would have been a nice win for the Reds. You know, the Dodgers, they just need something to feel good about. You know, it seems like every day there's something. Somebody else is getting hurt, or somebody else isn't coming back from rehab. And, you know, they've had to persevere every single day. And we're only 2 months into the season.
1-2 on Heising, and he'll keep their hopes alive as he drops one into center field. Well, clearly, you know what the Reds are hoping for is just that chance, just like all of us. You're hoping for that chance, and that chance would mean if the guy due up next can come to the plate in this inning.
Again, this is where you can't mess around. You got to, if Stubbs hits it 10 miles, that's fine. You just don't want to walk him. And you go back earlier in the game when Votto hit that home run. Big at bat that inning, a walk to Drew Stubbs.
And this is going to fall in for a hit. And now all of a sudden there's that chance. The Reds will bring the tying run to the plate. With 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 11th inning. Brandon Phillips, 2 hits and 5 at bats. With the Reds down 1-0, he singled into right field to knock in the first run against Kershaw. And Votto followed with a 3-run home run.
And see, this is where it's really tough as a pitcher, because you've got to throw strikes. You don't want to walk him, but Phillips is a guy that can leave the ballpark, so you've got to be careful. But you can't be too careful because you've got the reigning National League MVP on deck.
So Phillips taps the plate with his bat, representing a tying run here in the bottom of the 11th inning. That's a good first pitch breaking ball there by Troncoso.
See, if right now you still want to take that attitude of getting the guy behind you up to the plate. And you still want to drive the ball, but you can't be going for the fence. You really can't. Just keep the line moving.
1-1 to Phillips, who has just 5 home runs so far this year. Phillips, and again went for the downs on a 1-1 pitch.
Well, you see Troncoso's come at him 3 times, all off-speed pitches. Phillips has swung twice like he was looking for a fastball.
So now again the Reds perhaps down to their final strike. They're down to their final out of the game. Phillips is the tying run at the plate near the bottom of the 11th inning. That's taken high, another breaking ball. Well, frequently you hear it on a 2-2 count with 2 outs in an inning and runners on base. The 2-2 pitch tends to be the action pitch in the at-bat. With runners having a chance to get started, pitchers not wanting to go 3-2. We'll see if there is action on this 2-2 pitch.
You've got to go off speed here again.
And this is a flare that will be caught by Ethier to win the game. So the Dodgers, remarkably, for just the 4th time since moving to Los Angeles, win a game when trailing by 5 or more runs at the end of 7. They get 5 in the 8th on the grand slam by Matt Kemp. They get outstanding relief pitching from Elbert, Guerrier, first major league win by Guerra, and Troncoso comes on to save it in an unlikely 11-8 Dodger win. Time now for our Valvoline Next Gen right play of the game. Jamie Carroll broke the tie in the 11th inning with a single, the first of 4 runs in the Dodger 11th. And a 4-hit day for Carroll. He scored twice, knocked in a run, was on base 5 times. Well, we have lots more to come from Cincinnati. We're not done yet. 11-8 our final. We're back in a moment.